Buddy, how we doing? All right, I don't have any good jokes yet, but maybe later. Welcome everybody to the March 13th, 2024 City of Edina Planning Commission meeting. On behalf of the rest of the commission, we welcome you here. We're grateful you're here, whether that's in person or for those tuning in remotely. We really appreciate your curiosity, your participation, and your feedback as we navigate change here together in Edina, specific to the way in which we want to use our land. I want to also thank my colleagues up here. Like you, they're passionate residents of Edina, and they have quite the commitment of their time and expertise to share with the city. And we meet twice monthly in this capacity to kind of apply the law that governs, stem down from the comprehensive plan, which consists of small area plans, as well as other guidance to help us make decisions for long-range opportunities. And then also in regards to zoning, which is a tool. In a different capacity, we also make law. So what you don't see is we have work sessions behind the scenes, and we have an annual work plan of which we try to make changes to the existing situation, either through creations of small area plans, one of which we're working on now in West Edina, and also creating new zoning ordinances, which you'll see tonight too, in the proposal of an accessory dwelling unit ordinance. So that's a little bit about us. It's a bittersweet meeting tonight. We said goodbye last meeting to Commissioner Jerry Strauss, who served 9 full years on this commission, 3 full consecutive 3-year terms. But it's also an exciting meeting because as a result, we're backfilling that with some new people. We'll get to that a little later. But we have Claire and then David Alkire, who is returning. Without further ado, let's call this meeting to order and then do roll call.
Commissioner Hu.
Here.
Commissioner Miranda.
Here.
Commissioner Padilla.
Here.
Commissioner Smith.
Here.
Commissioner Day.
Here.
Commissioner Bornstein.
Here.
Commissioner Felt.
Here.
Commissioner Hahnemann.
Here.
Commissioner Schultz.
Here.
Chair Bennett.
Here. All right, next we have the approval of tonight's meeting agenda with the notation that the commercial kennels and animal hospitals ordinance has been withdrawn. With that modification, is there a motion to approve tonight's agenda?
Move to approve the agenda.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 So moved. All right, next we have the approval of the prior meeting minutes, which consists of 2 meetings, one from our regular meeting on February 14th, and a special work session meeting from February 28th. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve. Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
So moved. All right, next, kind of getting back to what I was talking about earlier, special recognitions and presentations. So this is the welcome to some new planning commissioners, one of which is not here tonight. David Alkire, you might recognize the name. He did serve on the planning commission before and served as a co-chair of the Cahill District area plan, rest in peace temporarily. And we have a new planning commissioner, Claire Hahnemann, and would like to give you the opportunity to introduce yourself.
My name's Claire Hahnemann. I have been a resident of Edina since 2010. Well, I did not go to school here. All my brothers and sisters did. My mother and grandmother have lived here their whole lives as well. So I'm excited to be a part of the community and a part of the important discussions about zoning and housing and how we provide access for everyone. So thank you for having me.
Awesome. You joined for a good meeting. We got some good stuff on the docket tonight. Before I get into that, we have now the community comment period, which is opportunity for any resident who's here in person to speak about a matter not on tonight's agenda. You have 3 minutes, similar to a public hearing. You can come up to a podium, state your full name, address. When the light turns green, you may begin, and when it turns amber, you have 30 seconds left, and when it's red, your time's up. Anyone here for community comment, please come forward. There we go. Thank you.
Is this on? Okay, 6136 Brookview Avenue. I'm not here to give you a lot of information at this point, but like I have in the past. But I just wanted to give you an update for any of you that don't regularly drive by the former Burley's site on Valley View Road and intersection of 62nd Street and Oak Lawn Avenue. The power line issue, as far as the setback goes, and safety of anybody working on that building and maintaining it in the future, finally did get addressed. But barely, because I know those power lines still cannot technically be 10 feet away from the structure. They're as far away as they could be placed without taking out 2 power poles and burying the lines. So this must have been the compromise that XL Energy agreed on. They took one of the 2 transformers off of one of the poles. I would like to have this be a cautionary tale in the future when you are going to be asked to give a variance for extreme setback numbers, which this property was. And please be cognizant. There's a very good reason why setback numbers are what they are. It's not just, oh, we just want to do a bigger building. This is just plain safety. And I mean, I did see one of these workers before those lines got moved, putting up the roof structure, leaning back with his harness on, but he was 3 feet away from a live wire, and that's just way too close. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have anyone else who is here for community comment? Yeah, please come forward. Same drill.
Thank you all. My name's Sarah Irwin, and I live at 6025 Kmart Drive, which is just around the corner behind the old Kevin Keyes auto body lot, which I know you're all familiar with. These last 2 years have had 2 proposals to this site, which have both been unanimously voted down by this commission. And these proposals, as you well know, take significant time, energy, and resources from the city. And potentially similar proposals could continue for the foreseeable future. I'm here to request that you take steps to avoid this progression and instead of waiting until the 2028 comprehensive plan to consider the long-term goal of this site, to act now and to change the zoning to residential. One important factor that I found that was in your reasoning for voting down both of the previous proposals had to do with the unique position of the land and its small size and the speed with which cars drive down Vernon Avenue. And I think you've rightfully recognized that any commercial establishment on that small property that attracts cars, whether it be a restaurant, a deli, a coffee shop, parking lot, or a consignment drop-off line, could potentially cause some major hazards on this very heavily used strip of county road where cars regularly drive 50 miles per hour. And without traffic signal, crosswalks, or even sidewalks, this small plot of land is just not big enough to be a commercial node, and it's not situated in a place where it could thoughtfully or safely be one. So my request is, instead of taking more time, energy, and tax money to try to figure out what would work on that spot, I'm asking you to take the steps necessary to change the zoning so that the owners can move forward with what we already know does work on that spot in this 100% residential neighborhood, and that's housing. This site has really caused contention for years now, both within my neighborhood that surrounds it and the community as a whole. So I'm asking city leadership to take the lead here and move on. After 2 failed proposals and people tired of driving past a dilapidated eyesore, please move forward to change the zoning of this property to residential before the cycle begins again. Thank you very much for your service to the city. I appreciate it.
Thank you. That was very helpful and insightful. Maybe just to address that one comment, kind of in line with some of the stuff we've talked about tonight regarding small area plans and processes. One item that we tried to put on our work plan the prior year, but is on our work plan this year, is to kind of identify potential areas of change, as well as kind of cleaning up and marrying zoning to the comprehensive plan, so there aren't these anomalies of different zoned areas with how they're guided in the comprehensive plan, which is the more overarching document. So that was great feedback, and we are working on that. We're not specifically prioritizing one site over the other. Lou, maybe we haven't really kicked it off, but the goal is to kind of identify all sites just like that one and kind of develop a game plan with what to do with them. So I don't know if it will act with the speed you're hoping, like today, but it is on our docket and has been kind of before this became an issue. It's just sometimes this happens a little slower than we'd like. You have any other feedback?
Yeah, I was going to do it during commissioner comments, but yeah, we're kicking off a meeting next week to talk about areas of change within the city. And so we're going to look at the entire city and see, and one thing we're going to look at is areas like this where we have constant developer interest, right? So we want to look at that and, again, help plan for things before, we just get a bunch of proposals.
Thank you. Anyone else here for community comment? All right, not seeing any. Oh, yeah. Oh, there we go. Hey there.
Hi, longtime resident, first-time caller. My name is Ryan Seamers. I'm from 5821 Wooddale Avenue. I was just kind of curious if I might be able to get like a quick update about kind of the status of like the Grandview pedestrian bridge. Grandview, you probably know which one I'm talking about. There's some contention about like the ADA status of it and all those other things, what's considered ADA, what's not. I went out there and took a look at basically the length of the, what's considered basically the walkway as opposed to a ramp being 100 feet. And I'm just wondering if there's any implementation or design of the project that's not complete yet that may be addressing like a runaway wheelchair if somebody is trying to just help them up. Or not, if they're not able to manage that long run, even though it's only like 1%. So that's all.
Thank you very much. That's a great question, and we're equally curious. Carrie, do you have an update on that at all? I know there's just stuff blocking it off.
Yeah, I don't, but we could put him in touch with our engineering department, who is on top of that.
Yeah, if you just look to the website and reach out to Carrie, and then Carrie, if you could copy us too. We'll try to get you an update, and we'd like to know one ourselves. So, great question. Anyone else here for community comment? This is a good night. I think 3's the most in like 5 years. Let's just keep it going. Okay, all right. Seeing none, we will move to the public hearing portion of tonight's meeting. I didn't go over this during the introduction, but I'll give everyone kind of a rundown of what to expect. We have 2 public hearings tonight. The process to expect is an applicant or the city, depending on who is proposing something that is a potential change to the law of the land. They put forward a formal submittal or a formal proposal for a change. The city staff will do a bunch of work in coordination with them, and they'll put together a staff report guiding us one direction or another. Staff will then put together a presentation like Carrie's getting ready for right now, And then we'll kind of exchange some questions and answers, commissioners to city staff. Then we give the opportunity to the applicant team to provide a presentation with similar back and forth. After which we will open it to a public hearing. And now this is the opportunity for residents here and those tuning in to comment about an item on tonight's agenda. Again, we have two. And if you're here in person, it's the same thing. You have 3 minutes to speak. And for those tuning in remotely, I'll give you a couple instructions here in a second. And then after we close that, we turn it back to the Planning Commission to deliberate, kind of exchange, and then motion for either approval or denial of the request at hand. So again, we have a development proposal, and then we have an ordinance proposal tonight. So for those who are tuning in remotely, if you want to get ready to participate, you can call the following number, 312-535-8110, and enter access code. Okay, get ready. 2632-379-5802. And then the password is 5454. But wait, there's more. Press *3 on your telephone keypad when you'd like to get in the queue to speak. And then again, we'll let you know when it's your turn. And that won't be for a little bit here yet, but we'll probably run through this quickly again. And with that, I'll give the opportunity for Planner Teague to present. Thank you, Carrie.
Thank you, Chair, members of the commission. So this property, so the request before you is a preliminary rezoning and site plan with variances and a subdivision. Property is located in the Southdale district. It is the 22-acre parcel directly west of Southdale itself. The site is guided in our comprehensive plan for office and residential use. Area in the light pink. The site is zoned PUD. That PUD zoning, it was rezoned back in 2017, and I'll show the plan in a minute. But just want to highlight here while this graphic is up, Southdale itself is zoned PCD 3, as is the Galleria to the south, and the properties, most of the properties to the south. This site, when it was originally developed, had a PCD 3 zoning in the 50s and 60s and 70s, and the site developed under that zoning. The request this evening is to go back to that original zoning. So the approved 2017 plan. So with the planned unit development, what a developer proposed for this site is the only thing that can happen. This plan that's on the screen, this is the zoning for the site. That's the development that has to occur. So with that proposal, the middle office buildings were to be removed, as well as the existing Tavern on France. They were to build a 6-story office building, a new 6-story medical building, new Tavern on France toward France, retail, a hotel, and more retail space, as well as an 8-story residential apartment. None of that development has taken place. So nothing can happen on the site except for this plan under the current zoning today. The applicant came through it was late last year with a sketch plan proposal for the medical building that's proposed this evening. And we looked at a couple of different zoning options for the site. One feature I'll highlight here is this is a parking deck that was proposed, and it was going to take out that mature stand of trees on that side of the site. They also were looking at potentially being able to fit that into the PUD that was approved. Anyway, the result from the feedback that was given from Planning Commission and City Council is the proposal that's before you this evening. So the request, again, is to tear down the 2 middle office buildings and the Tavern on France. The 2 office towers would remain, and they're proposing a 107,000 square foot 3-story medical building with a 2-level parking deck toward Valley View. They've angled it to save some of those mature oak trees along Valley View, and also an 8,000 square foot new restaurant. The parking deck itself could be expanded to 4 levels, so it's going to be seen as a proof of parking plan. Here's another look at the proposal, so you can see the trees that would remain. Some trees do have to be removed, roughly in this area. And here is a 2-dimensional view of the site plan. So what's requested is a preliminary rezoning from PUD to PCD3, that planned commercial district, establishing the original zoning on the site. A preliminary site plan, a subdivision. They're proposing to divide the property so each structure is located on its own parcel. Currently, it just exists out there today as one lot. And there's a few variances. Our transparency requirement on Valley View Road, where 75% of the front of a building facing public realm has to be transparent. The first floor building height from 20 to 14 and 16 feet, and a building height variance. This is in a height overlay district of 4 stories and 48 feet. The 3-story medical building would be 52 feet. So because there's a rezoning, the city has a lot of discretion to approve or deny. This is our pyramid of discretion, where we have the most discretion with a rezoning and comprehensive plan amendment. So in review of the site plan itself, items of note with the site plan: one of the entrances on France, roughly in this location here, would be eliminated. They're creating this 50-foot buffer between this new drive aisle and France, which is, that 50-foot setback is a building setback requirement in the district. While there's not a building, there still would be the 50-foot space of green space, expanded sidewalk further away from France, and then the double row of trees. Currently, on the north side of the site, you would need to, if you're in a vehicle, you would have to go out onto the street in order to access the south part of the site. So this new drive aisle in front provides an internal connection. There's also a sidewalk proposed to get residents in the Cornelia area to the west through the site. There is, within this location here, and I believe the applicant will show this in some of their slides, but there's a set of stairs that you would need to go up in order to access toward France. So some of the features of the site plan. Again, as I mentioned, the variances. The project is essentially code compliant with PCD3 with those exceptions. One thing I wanted to highlight here, within the existing PUD, the allowed FAR is 1 on the site, so they could develop up to nearly 1 million square feet of building on the site. With the rezoning, some of that development is taken away. The max FAR is 0.75, so the maximum is 734,000 on the site. The proposal is for just under 500,000, so it's less than 5. In regard to traffic and parking, a traffic study and parking study was done by Stantec. Ed Terhar is on the call this evening, so should you have any questions in regard to the study or the parking, he can answer those. The study does conclude that the existing roadway network can support the project. Also, in regard to parking, with all of the square footage proposed, they would need 1,658 parking spaces on the site. With the 2-level construction of the parking ramp, there would be 1,555, so a little bit short of what code requires. The parking study has concluded that in order for this site to function, 1,122 spaces is adequate, so they would be providing enough. But that second, the 2-level addition is seen as a proof of parking should they need it. In regard to landscaping, based on the perimeter of the site, 108 overstory trees are required. With what's proposed and existing, there's over 300 trees, so they're far in excess of what our code requires. Should note they are removing about 125 trees on the site. Most of them are around the existing buildings, highlighted here, but there are some oaks that would be removed on the Valley View side, but they're replacing 151 trees. So again, it does exceed our code, but just wanted to acknowledge the tree removal. In regard to building material, the building would be brick and glass. It is code compliant. The transparency requirement along France is met. The applicant will go through this in a little more detail, so I'll move through these. This is the side that faces Valley View, again, code compliant for building material, but this is the site where the transparency variance is requested. The restaurant is code compliant in terms of building material and that 75% requirement. There would be a little patio area outside. This is, again, the Valley View side. In regard to the zoning, so to give a little history on the zoning again, the site originally developed under the PCD3 district. Within the PCD3 district, offices are a conditionally permitted use. Permitted when the site developed. Restaurants are also a permitted use, and a medical office is a permitted use. So back in 1984, the city recodified its zoning ordinance and rezoned the site to planned office district. As near as we can tell, and in speaking with the previous city planner and former city manager, it was rezoned to planned office district because the primary uses on the site were office. So it was seen at that time, even though it's allowed in both zoning districts, as more closely, because of the majority of the uses were office on the site, that they thought that that was the appropriate zoning. So again, in 2017, it was rezoned for this specific project. Comprehensive plan, as I mentioned, guides it for office and residential, office being the primary use, secondary uses being limited retail. So the uses proposed are consistent with the comprehensive plan. In terms of the subdivision, this highlights the 4 lots that they're proposing. So each building would be located on its own lot. For setback purposes, we don't recognize the interior lot lines when it's a consistent zoning district. So the setbacks that are applied here are the perimeter. The restaurant would be on its own lot here. In terms of park dedication is based on the increase that they're proposing on the site. They're removing about 90,000 square feet of developable area and putting back about 125,000 square feet. So that's how that calculation is done. And so there's a just under $4,000 park dedication required. So primary issues. Is the proposal reasonable to justify the rezoning, and are the variances reasonable and justified as well? So to start with the rezoning, staff does support the rezoning. Again, it reestablishes that original zoning on the site. Allowed uses include the office, medical, restaurants, and banks, which would all be located on the site. The PCD3, as I mentioned, is consistent with the zoning to the east and to the south and east. Again, consistent with the comprehensive plan. And the existing PUD, no development has taken place. So there has to be some kind of reasonable rezoning of the site in order to get development on the site. And again, FAR would be reduced. In terms of the variances, the first floor height and transparency, are those justified? And again, staff believes that they are, but we believe that it meets the variance criteria. The intent the intent of the ceiling height was to allow the redevelopment of properties to change hands, change uses over time. And again, that transparency requirement is to activate those street frontages, activate the storefronts in front of the public realm. However, since that ordinance went into effect in 2000, we've done a number of variances to those requirements, both for ceiling height and transparency, either through variances or flexibility through a PUD. So again, we believe that the request is reasonable in what they are requesting here. In terms of building height, we also feel that the variance criteria is met. The intent of building height requirements is to provide uniform building heights and not have negative impacts on adjacent properties. With this one, we believe the height requested is reasonable. There's 6- and 7-story buildings out there. What's proposed would be shorter than those in the middle. So we believe, again, that is reasonable. Staff has outlined options within the Planning Commission's staff report for approval and denial with findings, but staff is recommending approval subject to the findings and conditions that are outlined. With that, I can stand for questions.
Well, thanks for standing. Now, questions. Anyone? Yeah, Commissioner Padilla.
Thanks, Carrie. Is daycare permissible under PCD 3?
I believe it is. I would have to double check my code, but I believe it is.
Okay, so that is one of the permitted uses. And also, I just want to clarify, in eliminating, if you're driving, say, south down France Avenue, past the development, you're eliminating the right turn lane near where the restaurant is now, is that correct?
Correct.
So, but there's a left turn lane there as well to go into Southdale, correct?
To the south,
Or is it
yes.
further down? I'm concerned about the pedestrian crossing. So will there be additional pedestrian crossings or?
I believe
right,
this
yeah.
is existing today.
Right, and so will that stay
That
is my
would stay,
question?
yes.
That will stay, okay. And my last question is, when we, taking out all those trees, what happens to the trees that are removed?
And while they're replacing, they're removing.
Right, I'm asking about the ones they take out. Where do those go? What do they have, what happens to them?
Oh, I guess that'd be a question for the applicant.
Okay.
If they grind them on the site or.
Okay, thank you.
Just looking at the code quick, PCD 1 allows for daycare, so PCD 3 includes that, just so you know.
Thank you.
Yeah. Commissioner Smith.
Thank you, Director Teague, for the presentation, and just a couple questions just so I could understand a little bit more. Just on the trees, just roughly speaking, like what percentage of the trees would be removed?
Percentage.
50%.
100% of 125 of them.
But of the
I
total,
know, I don't have that answer, but.
just say, I don't know, just trying to get a gauge there. And I could always ask the applicants too when they come
Yeah,
up.
I didn't run a percentage.
Is this area a flood zone area? Is this prone to flooding, and is there any discussion about flood mitigation?
This area is prone to flooding, especially the south portion of the site. I don't have an engineer with me other than the team might have one to explain how the drainage plan is going to work here, but our engineering department has reviewed the plans and they didn't have any issues.
Just a question on I think it's the FAR. I want to say that's the floor area ratio, right? When you quoted the FAR range, is that really just for the whole site, or is it just for the potential subdivision of 3 and 2?
That's for the whole site. So it'd be all 4 proposed lots.
And I also saw in these slides too, when you looked at parking, I saw like this arrow that showed from subdivision 1 subdivision 2 seem like it might absorb the parking that might be in subdivision 1. I guess my question is, if you were to develop subdivision 1, would you have to put parking there, or would it already be considered in subdivision 2?
Are
Yep.
you referring to the
You just
lots?
passed it. You just passed it.
This one?
Yeah, this one right here. Yeah, so just explain just that arrow and kind of what does that mean? Does it mean that we're going to absorb the parking in the new ramp, 200 displaced parking stalls? Just help me understand this view a little bit more, please.
Yeah, so to be honest, when I did my review, I didn't pay a whole lot of attention to this graphic. This was in the applicant's proposal. We're not considering any future development here. I think they're saying, should they do an additional development within this location, they have to go through the same process, and we're evaluating the parking. I believe what they're saying is the extra 2 decks that they could add to this could support development here.
Sure.
But that's not part of the review tonight.
Okay, yeah, I just trying to think about the future. All right, thank you.
Thanks, Quincy. Any other, yeah, down there, way down there.
I just had a quick question. I was wondering, are we going to do anything for pedestrian access with the increased in and outflow of the project?
Yeah, so the pedestrian improvements would be improvement in front of the site with the more pedestrian-friendly, with that 50-foot setback that I had mentioned, and trees on either side of the sidewalk. I would hope when the rest of the site development develops that we would continue that type of sidewalk around the site. One of the key additions here is that sidewalk through the site coming from Valley View here, in between the existing building and the parking ramp. There is a series of stairs here. This is a skyway that would connect the buildings and continue out this direction. There would also be sidewalks all around the new buildings and in front of the medical building here to connect to the existing office. Also, I didn't mention in the presentation, but one of the core, what they're trying to accomplish here is connecting all of the existing buildings on the site. So the existing office would be connected here. I believe this is at ground level into the new building. There would be a stairwell over to here and then into the parking ramp that would connect to the existing office here. So you don't have to go outside to connect to all 3 of the buildings.
Awesome, thank you.
Great question. Claire?
Can you walk me through, Carrie, how you get from this site across Valley View? It's I couldn't figure it out when I drove by.
Yeah, it looks like you would go to here, or from the back of the building. There's also a little sidewalk here to the existing crosswalk across Valley View here. I believe it might show up in our aerial. Oh, my arrow is probably right over it. So it looks like right here.
Commissioner Felt or Commissioner Hanneman, you're done? You done? Or do you have other questions?
I guess generally, the switch from the PUD zoning, reverting back, we lose a lot of the public amenities and the intention for creating the pedestrian scape, and the connection to the promenade and all of that. Understandably, this isn't developable for a myriad of reasons in the current world. So I'm sympathetic to the developers' struggles there. I guess Is the loss of the pedestrian connection that is envisioned in the comprehensive plan justification in and of itself to deny a request to revert zoning, or how does that work logistically?
Yeah, to start, so yeah, we absolutely are losing big pedestrian connections, both north-south through the site as well as east-west. You see there were two. This was to be a Wooner, for would be a shared pedestrian and drive. So we're definitely losing a lot of public realm here. There was to be public easements over all of that. I would say that in and of itself isn't enough to deny. It could be additive to some of the other findings that are included within the staff report for denial.
And then one last question. Has anything changed in our understanding of the floodplains from when the 2017 PUD was approved and today? I mean, I know we're close to the water table there, but this envisioned a lot of underground parking, and that's not contemplated currently, but I don't know if facts have changed.
Yeah, I don't believe facts have changed. It was going to be extremely difficult to develop this plan because there's underground parking throughout all of this. Extremely challenging to do that. Given the high water table, they were going to have to raise the site up in order to accommodate that. So, but in terms of the factors are still the same out there today.
Commissioner Felt. Over to the right now.
And staying on this plan, so the approved PUD plan in 2017, how many parking spaces were a part of that approved plan? I can't see it on my screen.
Yeah, I don't recall exactly. It was well over 2,000. Well, maybe I have it in my...
It was on there, just too little. 2044?
Okay. It was on there? Oh yeah, right here, 2044.
And that was for the nearly 1 million square feet?
Yes.
And now there's 1,555 reached, and the ability to park 1,700? Okay.
Part of that was based on the parking study for that.
Right. For the larger
For
project?
the larger
Yeah.
project, yes.
Yeah. And I think I just wanted to understand how much parking was planned previously versus how much parking is planned now. Because of the traffic engineering study was good for this larger project, and the traffic engineering study is good for this project too.
Yep, the significant change is the reduction in surface parking with this plan.
And in reality, taking down those two parking to the middle buildings and putting this building in, the current parking needs are going to kind of stay the same. It's not until any future buildings are done on some of those other lots that would change the parking.
That would change the need for more parking, yep.
And so I have another question about the platting piece of it for you. So if the project is replatted or broken up into 4 parcels, they can then be owned independently and sold independently and developed independently?
They could. There needs to be cross-access easements because it's all kind of a shared arrangement. So that would be a part of the platting requirement, is to require that kind of that shared parking and access arrangement throughout the site.
And as a part of that, you know, what was on the previous plan was breaking down this lot into, there was 2 east-west drives through there, and that allowed for some pedestrian access east-west besides some additional. As part of that kind of breaking in, platting it, can we ask for some of that pedestrian access on the South Drive and that north, the drive just south of 6800 and the drive that kind of
Yes,
cuts
yep,
through?
Yep, if there's sidewalks that you feel should be added, you could always add that as a condition of
Okay.
approval.
Okay, thank you. I think that's it for me, for staff.
Thank you. Commissioner Borenstein, you got anything? Yeah, Commissioner Smith.
Yeah, just as a follow-up to the platting question, if this was subdivided and you sell off the first lot, could the owner of that lot then also request a subdivision? So would it be subdivided even further, if that's possible?
It's possible.
And is it possible even to like put a condition that it no longer be subdivided? Or is
We
that
can't
outside?
bind a future council on something like that. Someone always has the ability to make a request.
And with your point about when you subdivide, you have to build easements, right? So if someone purchases that first lot, requests a subdivided, will we also need to put easements within that space too?
In all likelihood,
And we have to
Yes,
require it as a city, or they could decide, or
we would if they're sharing parking or if you're gaining access just driving from one lot to another. There would have to be those similar access easements would carry over to whatever that new plat is.
okay, thank you.
Good questions. Commissioner Miranda.
Just the question I ask every time. So this is about the same size as 50th in France?
22 acres,
Yeah,
yes.
it's a big site. Okay,
It's a big site.
thank you.
Any other questions? That's maybe one little thing of feedback too. If anyone out there is just curious about flood risk, if you just Google Edina flood map, there's like a great GIS kind of interactive map for your own house or site, or one like this that kind of tells a story. Anyways, with that, we'll give the applicant team a chance to come up, provide a presentation, introduce yourselves, stay a while. Oh, wait, sorry. One more question.
So the Lincoln and Londonderry area that we're studying, how many acres is that?
I should remember that. I want to say it's 48.
Okay, so about twice the size of this.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right,
I'll double check
Oh.
that for you.
I think we're good. Come on up. Welcome. Appreciate you guys coming back again.
Okay, Chair Bennett, members of the commission, good to see you all again. And I have to say it's a pleasure to be on the front side of the agenda this time. So thank you for allowing us to present our updated project tonight, and additional thanks to the many of you who have visited our site to see me and walk through it, or just visit on your own time. That is still a commitment on your part. My name is Sean Smith. I'm with Wildermere. I'm a member of the project team for Southdale Office Partners, and I am here tonight with representatives from my project team, including Pete Telmo with Olympus Ventures. They're our partner in this project, and Jason Vanslow with HJ Architects. They'll be presenting with me tonight. Tom Lincoln with Kimley Horn is here as well on the civil and the site design for any technical questions such as the flooding and all of that that you've already asked about. I thought it'd be good just to simply start with our objectives on this project. We really want to expand and enhance this site as a center of employment and economic vitality, especially as it relates to the health and wellness piece near the Fairview Medical Center. We also want an alignment of a zoning designation that reflects the original commercial zoning intent and is consistent with the comprehensive plan, adjacent properties, our proposed plan, but it also respects the existing buildings and the uses that are on site as well. It balances the various desires of density within all the stakeholders that we've talked to. Today, we are requesting approximately 25,000 square feet of more building space than what's currently on the site. This is still under 0.50 FAR, but with this subdivision, phase parking, and zoning designation that will allow for up to 1.0 FAR. We also want to successfully address the parking challenge of maintaining required parking for our existing users while building for more heavily parked medical office and restaurant structures. And this phased parking approach of the new parking ramp eliminates overparking, yet allows for that proof of parking to accommodate the additional density. We also want to incorporate sustainable design and building strategies. Our plan will preserve and enhance 6,600 and 6,800. That's approximately 370,000 square feet of building that would otherwise be demolished. We are providing stormwater treatment to 7 acres on a site that's previously mostly untreated, and it exceeds the required treatment volume by over 25% in abstraction volume. It respects the tree grove along Valley View. Our original sketch plan maintained approximately 15% of that tree grove area. Today, our proposed plan is now maintaining 90% of that. Additionally, we have incorporated Edina's stricter residential tree ordinance policy, as Carrie talked about, and that really better distributes green space and trees throughout the entire site, rather than it being currently concentrated into the one area along Valley View. And since we last presented our sketch plan to you in September, we have addressed many comments from you, the council, and many stakeholders that we'll highlight tonight. While we still have the same site constraints and the requirements of our current tenants, which I'll discuss later, we've incorporated more of the greater Southdale area design experience guidelines and expanded accessibilities for our neighbors, greater community, our tenants, and their guests, all of which have been detailed in letters that have provided in subsequent to our application submission and are available for reference. Lastly, I'd like to reiterate that our site is unique in its size and constraints. This is not an end-to-end scrape of a site and brand new building where we can literally adhere to every current code. We must accommodate the existing easements and the commitments of the 70 businesses that occupy the 3 buildings that will remain on our site. While some still see the untouched parking lots to the north and the south, we still desire to do more on this site in the future and will build upon the positive changes of the plan that we're presenting tonight. The new interior drive aisle along France Avenue will allow us to maintain the needed campus connectivity. It provides circulation without leaving the site, and it allows us to build a substantially similar program or more than that of the current 2017 PUD, all while still giving you, the city, the required review and approval for any next phase. This application addresses the most challenging part of our 22-acre site and is also the most urgent. We hope that you see the benefits of this project in our presentation. I'll say that as Jason goes through these slides, these are all a part of our recent submittal, so hopefully you're familiar with them. If you want to go to the next slide, Jason. I don't think I'll talk too much on this. I think Carrie did a really good job on this, the history of the rezoning, but just generally note that this was originally zoned PCD3, and we are now requesting back to that designation. The next slide. This slide is really the reason why we're starting in the middle. These buildings, as you see them today, you drive by them quite a bit on France and Valley View, they're simply past their prime, and they have plenty of capital needs. We've definitely tried to study how to reuse these, and they're really functionally irrelevant. If you pay attention now to this dotted blue line here, this is the corridor that connects all of these buildings and really makes it into that campus. It provides for a few functions, for shared use of the various amenities within the campus. For example, the 40 tenants or so in 6800 building have access and can use the fitness center, the bike storage area, and some of the other amenities in 6600. Conversely, the 26 tenants in the 6600 building can access and have the right to use the conference centers in 6800, the food service that's there, and also the new atrium enhancements that we have just invested in. It also serves as a distribution of infrastructure as a secondary source. So telecommunications, data, fiber, access controls, zoning controls, and also parts of our power systems run through this corridor, which are kind of highlighted by the easements that run into our property as well. The corridors are what really, I'll pause and back up. So all of that needs to be maintained and is a big part of the reason why we're starting here and why we're positioning this building the way it is. The corridors are really what distinguish our site from other competing single-use buildings in nearby cities, and we feel that that is a competitive advantage not only for our site, but the city of Edina. ADA access is currently an issue for our entire site. Right now, the main access point for that is between 6700 building and 6750, and so our new proposed project really fixes a lot of this. And the Bank of America parcel as well, they have certain rights and easements that we have to respect along with any new development that we do or change. Let's stay on this slide too quick. I also want to address, I think we've heard a lot of comments, not only from some of you, but council members and neighborhood and just that we're keeping the north and the south lot, these largely sea of parking lots. I just want to point out a couple things. I think on any given days, the utilization of those lots varies quite a bit and the time of the day. What I want to point out though is that by providing for this project, we have essentially vacated the 6700 building and the 6750 building. That's approximately 20 to 25% of all of our space. And so prior to this plan and even 5-6 years ago, those buildings were mostly full and all of that parking was being used. So just know that everyone's still also adapting to the changes in the work and the service delivery from the pandemic. So obviously Tuesdays are different than Mondays and Fridays, as we know. There's also a revolving line of vacancies in the 6600 building and the 6800 buildings that will eventually get full. But I think at the end of the day, this is really a phasing issue. The users of 6800 and 6600 really rely on those north and south lots respectively to access and get employees and guests to their sites. And especially since we are taking other meaningful areas of parking away during construction, so Jason will go through, but a large portion of this middle site is going to be taken away during construction. We simply cannot have multiple zones of construction that would severely impact our tenants' ability to access the needs of their space. Next slide, Jason. I think this slide is is a good demonstration for some of the site constraints that I just talked about, but also some of the feedback that we've received in that, what appears to be a large site at 22 acres, by starting in the middle, we've heard it loud and clear that we have to address this tree grove, and I think we've done a really good job of that in maintaining 90% of that area. We're also accommodating the city with that 50-foot setback along France Avenue to make way for more greater access and some of the desires for larger boulevards and the street room typologies. And then if you look at we call this really the pinch point in needing to maintain that dotted red line connectivity I talked about and being stuck between the 6600 and the 6800 building. And right now, if you want to access the north or the south side, and you come in at the wrong point, you have to go on France Avenue or Valley View to access the other side of the site. So really providing a north-south connector is a big importance for the county, the city, and also us. So when you add all of that together, what appears to be this large site, it's really challenging to meet all of these in this tight, confined area. So I think that's the end of my portion, Jason? Okay. I'm going to let the architect woo you with the design, so.
Thank you.
Well, again, I just want to thank you all for allowing us the opportunity to present. My name is Jason Vanslow. I'm an architect with HGA, Architects and Engineers. I've had the pleasure of working with Southdale Office Partners on this site since around early 2019, so seen many iterations come and go on this site and been a part of a lot of the development here. As Sean mentioned, the site plan is really a culmination of actively listening to comments we've received from the city and surrounding community over the past number of years Again, this was as was the case with the sketch plan presented back in November. This plan looks to develop about 107,000 square feet of medical office building as well as a standalone 8,000 square foot restaurant to complement the campus of existing buildings to remain on site. The incorporation of the phased parking ramp will help to meet new and existing parking demands and zoning requirements for the campus both now and in the future. As you can see from the lower diagram on this slide as well, the scale of the new buildings being proposed for the development has been drastically reduced as compared to the 2017 PUD as well as 2020 sketch plans to better address community concerns and align with the existing context of the campus. Sean, you can jump to the next slide. So the updated development plan really focuses heavily on the tree preservation around the site and specifically in that West Grove. Again, as been mentioned a few times now, approximately 90% of the site area encompassing the tree grove is being preserved with the new proposal. This includes greater attention to care of the existing grove by way of new plantings, prunings, and removal of deadfall within that grove. Additionally, this plan voluntarily incorporates the city's more aggressive future tree ordinance prior to its adoption into commercial code. This includes individual categorization of heritage and preservation, or heritage and protected trees, and develops reforestation strategies for those displaced by the new project work. As a part of the landscape design, the team strategized to reduce areas of turf grass and include more native grasses and plantings that minimize irrigation and maintenance needs. And furthermore, as Sean also mentioned, the updated plan enhances area water quality by treating approximately 7 acres of land while highlighting stormwater management as an amenity with a pocket park on the north side of the new MOB. Additionally, again, the right out along France has been removed as mentioned previously. So this new this image here, which Carrie pointed to as well, this is an image taken on the west side of the campus. It illustrates the improved relationship of the medical office building to the existing mature tree grove. It also demonstrates the incorporation of the Hilltop Plaza that will serve as a link to the surrounding community. Sean, you can jump to the next slide. So the new proposal, again, addresses over-parking concerns by aligning to Edina's zoning code requirements through a phased parking ramp approach as a proof of parking concept. Phase 1 would include a 2-level ramp, which is being used to exactly meet the required zoning parking count for the total area of office space on the tract in order to avoid additional variance requests. Phase 2 would include an additional 2 levels as a proof of parking and would be incorporated to specifically offset parking needs for future development elsewhere on the site. The updated design of the west ramp removes the north wing proposed in the November sketch plan to better align the footprint with the existing surface lot and lessen the impact on the existing trees. The Hilltop Plaza was added with a meandering path connecting back to Valley View in the Cornelia neighborhood to reinforce and enliven the community connection to the existing grove. Jump to the next slide. So as you can see, the proposed project proposes multiple enhanced connections to the broader community. This includes a new uninterrupted, accessible internal east-west pedestrian-focused connector leading from France Avenue, or leading from the Cornelia neighborhood through the heart of the site to France Avenue and the Southdale Business District beyond. Additionally, a new public sidewalk along West 66th Street is introduced, connecting France Avenue to Valley View and the intersection to Roslyn Park. A buffered experience along France Avenue is created by offsetting the widened pedestrian path from the busy road and incorporating a double row of trees for a more comfortable boulevard-like experience. And public gathering spaces are designed within the campus, such as the Hilltop Plaza, street rooms, and Stormwater Garden Pocket Park. Bicycle-friendly connections are also added throughout the site, where bike parking is included near building entrances to encourage bicycle commuting. And finally, for vehicular traffic, a new internal connector drive, which has been mentioned before, is created for ease of access between the north and south parcels without having to leave the boundary of the site. So this image really demonstrates the uninterrupted east-west pedestrian connector that runs between 6600 and the new parking ramp. Here we're standing close to Valley View as you're approaching that pedestrian access. You can also see the two-level phase 1 ramp off to the left. You can jump to the next one. And again, as you move closer to France Avenue, the new design incorporates a skyway to allow for uninterrupted pedestrian access, and an accessible route is created through deliberate placement of the parking ramp elevator to allow shared passage between the varying levels of the site. You'll see that elevator tower just off to the left of the image here, so it's a direct connection. For zoning compliance, the project is proposing 4 variances again for consideration. The MOB, we are proposing to reduce the west facade ground level transparency to 39% versus the required 75%. Really, the reasoning for this is to help with building envelope performance, and internal programming is being considered due to the 300-foot plus setback off Valley View Road and limited views of the building due to the existing tree grove and new parking ramp that are being introduced. The project also proposes that the MOB have a floor-to-floor height of 20 feet versus the zoning required 20-foot floor-to-ceiling height. We believe this still meets the intent of the Greater Southdale Design Guidelines, but better aligns with the medical office use, as well as improving energy performance on what would otherwise be wasted space. Finally, the MOB, the project proposes the new building be 52 feet tall versus the height overlay district maximum of 48 feet. Again, this is to better align with the context of the existing buildings as well. For the restaurant, we are again proposing that the floor-to-floor height be lowered to 18 feet in this case. This is again to better align the restaurant's building use while improving energy performance due to the large glazing percentages also required under the zoning code. You can jump ahead. Yep, perfect. So finally, with the building design, when looking at the design of the buildings themselves, the massing is intended to honor the Greater Southdale Design Guidelines by reinforcing the connection to the public realm at the ground level. An elevated first floor height and increased transparency combined with the enhanced landscape and public space along France Avenue foster a connection to the surrounding district. The design of the medical building both directly connects and complements the palette of the existing campus. Additionally, the white brick material selection is intended to reinforce a direct link to the nearby Southdale Medical Campus to help strengthen the perception of Southdale as a unified medical destination. The facade itself is primarily brick with vertical glazing and accent elements that creates a composition allowing for visibility and flexibility for the multi-tenant medical office users, while incorporating this vertical facade texture takes cues from the existing 66 and 6800 buildings to reinforce the design of a cohesive, unified campus. I guess just to close out, on behalf of Southdale Office Partners and our integrated design team, I'd like to thank you all for your time, and we look forward to making ourselves available for any questions or comments you may have.
Thank you very much. Great presentation. Thank you for coming here, being very prepared, and providing all this to us. I look around. Any commissioners have questions for the applicant team? And again, like just general comments we'll save toward the end after the public hearing as we deliberate, but this time is pretty much reserved for questions. All right, Commissioner Miranda.
Yeah, could you go back to the picture of the staircase, the outside staircase? So how is that cyclist, how is he using that staircase?
So if you look off to the right-hand side of that stair, you'll see a small gutter detail that's created in the staircase itself. We do this a lot in urban environments where the biker can actually walk up the stair with the bike next to them and actually use that as an accessible path through the stair itself.
Thank you.
I joked with Jason, that biker was supposed to be a fat type of biker.
That's good. All right, Commissioner Padilla.
Thank you for your presentation. A few quick questions. You mentioned the new restaurant's going to be 8,000 square feet. What is the current restaurant, Tavern en France? How big is that?
They are currently, I'd say about the same size. There's a different way to measure buildings, and they're approximately the same size. Yep.
There's not much change there. I can ask you the question, I suppose, about the trees. What happens to the trees you're removing?
We have not thought about that yet, but we are definitely open for a creative use on those. Generally, what happens is our vendor will have a list of folks that that will want various tree species for wood projects or firewood, or we even a lot of times when we clear out that area right now, we just reuse that as mulch to stay on the site.
And also, as far as the trees go, you mentioned, okay, 125, or at least I saw in the information, 125 overstory trees removed, and then 151 replaced. And you might have mentioned this, and I apologize if I missed it. Your 151 that you're talking about replacing, is that all in the area where those oak trees are? Because you're putting a lot on the France Avenue, the new boulevard you're talking about. So I'm trying to understand if the trees you're talking about here represent the trees throughout the entire development or just on the Valley View side.
So yeah, the trees that are mentioned as far as demolition are for the entire scope of work for the project site. Specifically in the tree grove, there are a handful of trees that are being removed specifically for the addition of the parking ramp, although we did try to minimize that again as closely as possible and tried to really align that ramp with the existing surface lots that's back there on the west side of the site.
Okay, thank you. And then as far as what goes into the tree area, are you using the Pocket Park and Hilltop Plaza interchangeably, or are those two separate parts of the development?
As far as the terminology for that?
Right.
So the Pocket Park is more so on the north side of the medical office building. If you look to the plan right, I guess, of the medical office building, that's where we're considering the Pocket Park and Stormwater Garden. It is more of a natural kind of landscaped area there. And the Hilltop Plaza is a slightly more programmed kind of community link again space that would be programmed within the tree grove to sort of activate that tree grove.
You haven't mentioned lighting at all. Is there going to be any change to the lighting?
We do have an extensive, we are working within our design lighting group. We do have a extensive lighting plan that we're working with in order to adequately light the site. They are working within Edina's zoning codes and the requirements that are within the site, yeah.
So you can't say yet whether or not there's going to be change to or where that change might take place?
Specifically, we'll be lighting, generally lighting the parking areas for adequate lighting of evening parking and things like that, or early hour parking. And then the pedestrian ways, we are also focusing pedestrian scale lighting along, say, the street room and the connecting link from Valley View, Cornelia neighborhood through the site. So we are also addressing lighting as far as the pedestrian scale is concerned.
Okay, thank you.
I just also had to, we had another neighborhood open house the other night, and, you know, we've been with this project since about 2008. We have proactively changed out various parking lot lights already to do the more downward lights at the request of a lot of our comments. So we are actively listening to our neighbors, and we do want to mitigate that light, call it noise, for the neighbors, so.
And then last area, how do you determine that there's a need for medical office? And can you educate us or me about exactly what kind will go there and why there isn't sufficient medical space in other buildings?
Yeah, I would say this is very similar to kind of what you're seeing in the general office space, the general housing space. You know, in this area, there really hasn't been a lot of new buildings built since, you know, I think probably the 90s with Centennial Lakes, and that's more of an office building. But if you look at really medical office, there hasn't really been a new state-of-the-art medical office building. So we feel that this is meeting that. I think this aligns with, I know that this aligns with the chamber and the city expansion of the health and wellness corridor along France Avenue. So, you know, some of those, you know, just upgraded power, the ability to control vibration for lab space and testing. I think this will be a lot of clinical space as well. So that's what we envision here in the medical office. We do have a lot of medical office space in 6600. A lot of our tenants in that provide some sort of medical office space, but that is more of a lighter, less intense treatment for their services.
So you're anticipating that this would be physician offices and things like that, or labs? I'm trying to also ascertain the kind of the employment opportunities that will be provided.
Yes, there will be a lot of physicians in this building. So there will be treating patients, and there will be lab spaces and exam rooms. Yep.
And I noticed too that I just looked it up. There's about 70,000 square feet of medical office space available just along the France corridor. And it's fairly competitively priced, and obviously you're aware of all of this, and you're taking all that into account, and you still feel ample opportunity.
We do, and you know, that's for all of our leasing that we're doing. A lot of the inquiries are from medical users that want to lease space, not only in the 6600 building, but part of the reason why we're building this is to accommodate a user for this building too.
Thank you for answering all my questions.
Commissioner Smith, yeah.
Sure, thank you. Great presentation. I like the visuals. That always helps put things into context, so I appreciate that. Just to pick up a little bit on the medical office building question here, I'm just curious, like, if it kind of makes sense, right? If you have a medical office, you don't want it too close to the street, noise, stuff like that. I get it. But if you do design a building to be medical office property, just curious if it had to be repurposed for a different use, just like a regular office or maybe a hotel or something like that. What does that look like in terms of the effort and the transformation that's going to be necessary to convert it away from a medical office into a different use?
I mean, generally speaking, this is a box with 3 floors that has that's providing a lot more power opportunity, and so I think that ability exists. There's redundant power. There is greater airflow and mechanical equipment as well. So to the extent that there's a lesser use for that, I think we can certainly accommodate that, but we can also accommodate that next tech user as well with this new state-of-the-art building.
In general, yeah. In general, it's built to be a multi-tenant office building, just with some, like Sean was saying, some upgrades to some of the systems and things like that to help support medical use, essentially.
It easily downgraded if you need to.
Absolutely.
It's like buying a Mac with everything, but you just use it
That's
for
right.
email.
That's right.
Okay. All right, very good. The connecting corridors, I think I saw in some of the visuals with the bike. I'm guessing this is going to be like a Skyway type system, so it's going to be completely covered. You could walk through and connect all the buildings during the wintertime? Okay.
Correct. Yep.
So you don't have to go outside?
Yep.
All right. I know you mentioned water mitigation or storm mitigation. It's going to cover 7 acres. Just elaborate a little bit more on what that solution looks like.
Yeah, Tom, I'll let our civil engineer talk about that.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Tom Lincoln with Kimley Horn. We are civil engineering consultants working with Wildomir and Olympus on this project. And the stormwater management plan was submitted with the application. So we have a comprehensive stormwater management plan that's treating, as was said, 7 acres. That's primarily through infiltration as a BMP. So we have 3 underground infiltration systems and 1 surface. And the surface is the Pocket Park infiltration system. So that's the treatment method we're going to be submitting to the 9 Mile Creek Watershed District and meeting all their regulations in terms of 3 things: rate control, volume control, and water quality improvements. So that's the plan. And I think I want to address the floodplain issue. We are responding to a study that was done for the city in 2017, which identified 3 areas of localized flooding on the site. So it's flooding that results from inadequate capacity of the storm sewer system that ultimately drains to Lake Cornelia. It backs up onto this site in 100-year events. And I remember when I first started with this project, there was a photograph looking out at the ponding that occurs on the parking lot sites. So we're very aware of that. This project is not touching, there's 3 areas that pond in a 100-year event. The southerly area, which is the largest, the middle, which is near our project, and then the northerly floodplain issue. All those have been studied and have elevations associated with them. What we are doing with volume extraction, so what we're doing as we're required is to reduce the volume coming off of the site into the storm system in Valley View. We are actually exceeding significantly the volume that's required for it's 1.1 inches of rainfall over the impervious surface. So we're treating and retaining more than is required. That will have effect ultimately on the current localized flooding that's occurring in Valley View. So we displace a little with grading of that volume in the middle floodplain area, but we're replacing with underground storage and some surface mitigation. So we are exceeding the amount of volume that we're reducing by some localized grading. So I can answer any other questions related to floodplain, stormwater.
I think you covered it pretty well, so thank you very much for doing that. Just a couple more here, and then I'll pass it down to the other commissioners. Go ahead.
Yeah, why don't you linger, Tom?
Sorry, while you were up there, can you clarify if when you're saying you're displacing or more than required, is that just for the proposed area, or is that speaking about the entirety of the site?
So we're addressing the impacted area of the site, which is about 7 acres.
Okay.
And we are required by the watershed to meet the requirements for those areas, but we are actually providing more in this plan.
Than what's required for the 7 acres?
That's correct.
Can you talk to me about what that means for future development, or how we think about stormwater for the entirety of the parcel? I know we're talking about subdividing it, but if we didn't do that, can you speak to what you're doing?
Those future redevelopments will be required to do additional stormwater management, and that would be required by the city and the watershed.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Lincoln, or? All right, turn back to Quincy, thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. That's a good question there. Good for clarification. Parking. So I mentioned a little bit when Director Teague was giving the overview, there was that visual where it showed, in subdivision 1, I was trying to figure out what the arrow meant. If you just talk about that, and if it means that any future development on that site, the parking would not be a new parking lot or a new parking structure, but it's going to get absorbed into that structure. Is that in effect what's happening?
Yeah, so I addressed this by, this site is essentially properly parked today. You don't see that, like I mentioned, there's some vacancy, both just natural in the existing buildings, but also we've purposely emptied out the 2 middle buildings. Our users will, it comes down to the phasing issue that I had mentioned before. So if we want to build anything, for example, on this white pad right here, we would need to build parking structures first to move those cars that need to park there off that lot so that we can build on it. So that's really the reason why we would, that we're seeking the additional of up to 2 more decks. Does that make sense, or?
Yeah, so if I understand correctly, what's proposed here for these 7 acres, that's the parking for these 7 acres that's showing here. But you have the capacity to increase that 2 more levels. Yeah. To absorb any kind of additional parking if we're going to redevelop a different part of the site.
Correct. Yep. And we would have to build that first before doing anything to be able to displace those cars off that site first, so that we can then start any type of construction activity.
So just on that point, so what this does not mean is that if a new tenant builds on subdivision 1, they will need to figure out their own parking for that division. So this parking here doesn't absorb it for the whole site and can just keep going up and absorb it for the whole site, but it's just temporary. And this new tenant would have to figure that out themselves once you subdivide it.
Yep, that's yeah. So by removing land that our users are currently parking on, we have to replace that. The next phase would have to incorporate all parking that you would have to consider as part of your review and approval for that.
Gotcha. All right, thank you.
I'll mention just quickly, I know that just a couple metrics that are a little bit helpful to kind of understand the scope of the site here too. Currently provided on the site is 1,521 stalls. And if you consider that we're tearing down the 6,700, 6,750 building, and we're adding 25%, about 25,000 square feet. What we are proposing to park is 1,555 stalls. So we are only adding 34 more stalls, basically, as far as what's parked today, in order to accommodate a much greater volume of office space.
Any more? Are you good for now? Good for now? Sure. All right. Commissioner Day?
Okay, so I'll continue on the parking discussion. I think I read somewhere that you're a little limited on underground parking availability because of the stormwater issue and because of the flooding. That's correct?
That is correct. That's what made our current, that's part of the reason of what makes our current 2017 PUD a little infeasible, essentially.
Okay. So as far as the parking structure garage goes, right, and the ability to add on to that in the future, should you want to develop the north side of the site, is there any thought been given to doing that, immediately in order to be able to get rid of some of the surface parking on both the north and south side soon after completion, right, rather than to wait and to see, right, build that additional parking capacity right away, and then be able to improve connectivity through the site? Because right now what I see is a very centralized little hub that is surrounded by 2 seas of parking on the north and south side. The connectivity on the south side is pretty poor, and the north side is pretty poor as well. I mean, good connectivity in the middle of the site, but as far as it concerns the rest of the development, right, you're pretty isolated there. And to me, it doesn't seem like a particularly inviting place for people to make their way through the site right now as it stands. So just wondering if any discussion has been, directed at that possibility, or what your thoughts are on that.
So I might disagree with you a little bit. The area that we're proposing to build on currently, we've made a lot of changes that address site connectivity, but I do understand the concern about not building or not having anything programmed here for the north or the south side. I think that's kind of one of the unique areas of this PUD. I believe we are the largest PUD in the city of Edina. And I think what you're finding with a large-scale project like this and a specific PUD that has to get built out over the number of years, it's really hard to prescribe a full plan for this project when we know the market's changed and everything. So I think this really does give the city and us the ability to kind of make way for the future of that. I do know that this has been a concern. And so what we did is we did overlay our current PUD, or our proposed plan into the current PUD. And I don't know, is there, to access the camera? Because I know a few people have talked about this. Oh, here we go. There we go. So if you can see that. So really, all of this connection here, I think future phases would still want to incorporate this as a main egress and continue that further expansion of pedestrian bike as well. Can you guys see it okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So yeah, so we would still, so this really does tie in with a lot of the elements that folks still like about the 2017 PUD. That's not to say we're going to build exactly on this, but I think it does show you an example of what can get programmed, what's already programmed that we can accommodate with this proposal.
For questions, I'll wait for comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Bornstein, got anything?
Not many, just why does the parking structure need to encroach into the tree grove?
Just in general, as far as the design of the building, there is a required fire distance between the parking structure and the south side, or I guess the north side of 6800. You'll see that we've actually widened that pedestrian walkway to 20 feet, and this is from feedback from the fire marshal that we've had numerous conversations with them, sort of working through the site. That sort of sets your south edge, I guess, of the parking structure. And in order to get 2 bays of parking within the parking structure and make it a feasible parking structure. It really kind of sets your boundaries then at that point for where the north edge of the parking structure would be. Again, we're squeezing as tightly to the south boundary as we can in order to make that parking structure impact on those existing trees as minimal as possible.
Okay, and then, thanks. And then I think you guys mentioned, or somebody else did, but I might have missed it, like, does it say anywhere, like, how many trees are coming down in this proposal, and whether are they like mature oaks, or what kind of trees are they?
There is, within the actual development application I can find the page here, and maybe we can put it underneath there as well.
I do have a tree study, actually, that I brought.
Mine.
So here you can see the total number of, apologies, here you can see the total number of heritage trees being removed are 12. Those are going to be the pink trees on site, and then 30 protected trees are being removed. So a total of 42 trees that fall within that protected category. But then you can see the voluntary replacement of trees. We are replacing it with 126 trees on site.
Then, I probably should know this, but I don't. What's a heritage tree and what's a protected tree?
It falls within some of the zoning ordinance, I guess, categorization. It has to do with the caliper of the sort of diameter of the tree itself, the tree trunk itself. And there's a different caliper for, say, deciduous trees versus coniferous trees. And so that's what really kind of signifies those. Heritage trees are slightly larger trees, if you think about it that way, and protected trees are sort of medium-sized trees in most cases.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Felt?
Can you tell me the elevation difference between Valley View and France Avenue?
It's roughly almost exactly one story, I guess, one typical story for the office. And so it's around 14 feet, 13, 14 feet.
Okay.
Between the two.
And I appreciate the pedestrian access from the west to the east, or through right the middle. That was one of my concerns from last time. So I'm wondering about the rest of the sidewalks, and maybe you can, you started to talk about sidewalks on the north side on 66th Street, and you've got the one diagram with the sidewalks. I wanted you to kind of talk those through with me, because I'm wondering about any ways to walk through the site without having to take the steps.
Yeah, absolutely. We have included enhanced, slide this back under if we're still using the camera here. We have included enhanced experiences. You'll see we've added a sort of boulevard-like experience with trees that buffer a sidewalk along the drive on the north side of the site. And all of this is sort of looped together within the sidewalk network, essentially. These sidewalks that move alongside the building itself help to navigate around the buildings. And then the sidewalk here that moves north towards 6600 would connect into the existing sidewalk that moves its way around the north side of 6600. So we're connecting into the existing sidewalk infrastructure in order to help maintain those connections maintain and enhance, I should say, those connections that exist already around the sides of the buildings themselves.
And I'm also wondering if you come across the pedestrian across Valley View Road, right there, yes. If you go along there and if you kind of head south, all the way to the south side of the 6800 building, is there any way of kind of coming around and being able to go to France Avenue now from there without kind of going on steps?
Currently, because of the grade change and because of the way that the site plan exists, there is a set of steps that exist along the building right here. And that's because of a very steep grade change between basically where the restaurant patio note is made and down to this kind of first island here. It drops almost the whole, about 10 feet at that point. So it's a pretty significant grade change, which is why the steps are included in this part of the site.
Okay.
That is again why we're trying to create an accessible route through the center of the site. That would be an accessible route to get between those two levels of the site.
So having an elevator that's associated with the parking structure.
Correct.
And there was some talk about doing a sidewalk on 66th Street. Would that be now, or? That'd be now?
Yep.
When you did the overlay on this current layout versus the PUD from 2017, and there's the strengthened, those two strengthened kind of streets, east-west, south of 6800, and the diagonal one that goes on the north side there. Yeah. I really like how they break down the block, the massive block. I'm really interested in seeing those reinforced somehow, hence my question for Director Teague about if this is replatted, can we kind of strengthen those two east-west connections? Would you, and I guess my question is for Sean, would you be open to some kind of contingency to make sure that those streetscapes were part of the future plan?
I think as it relates to this application, we have to look at it. I think, it's just at some point we have to put a limit of construction on this and also not tie up too much of our site under one phase. I would say within this current phase, I think that would be tough to do, but we are working with Bill Neuendorf on potential other ways to incorporate more funds for other access and all that stuff. So we've been very open to that discussion.
And I think that's not asking you to do those pieces now because of the cost, but as part of this replatting, kind of making sure that there's ability to do those in the future. And I appreciate you're talking with Bill Neuendorf about those opportunities too, because I think that breaking down that big block is of benefit to the city. And one of the goals of the Southdale area guidelines is breaking up the massive blocks.
Yeah, and I think we've done a really good job with the portion that we have done. We've made a lot of changes, so we just always knew that this was always going to be part of a multi-phase process. So we do share that, and we've definitely incorporated that into our first phase here.
Okay, and I appreciate that, and I'm also sensitive to the fact that the landscape. Real estate landscape has completely changed from 2017 to now, and the pandemic in the midst of that and still dealing with that. But wherever we can kind of strengthen those Southdale area guidelines, I think that's important. So then I have a couple, as part of the independent plots, the replatting, what do you see as future options for that north side and south side?
Yeah, I think if there's anything that's taught us about this planning process from 2016, 2017, it's the market is changing quicker and quicker. And I think if I were to talk about it today, I think the success of this project will lead to more jobs, more medical office on that north side, and kind of be closer to that Fairview Southdale campus. I think that's a natural fit. I think we've always envisioned that. Believe me, it's really easy to put a Shake Shack on there or whatever it happens to be. I mean, we could, right?
Yeah.
Like, we have purposely held off because this is part of a larger plan. And We understand that there's a lot of value on that, on that north lot. But that's really where we see that transitioning from this new development that we're doing today northward. And then as you look at our professional office building in 6800 all the way to the south, I think that is kind of more of a lifestyle wing where we're getting into more of the Southdale area mall and all the big plans that they're planning to do, the Galleria shopping and all that. And so I think that could be some sort of a mixed use, whether it's living or, other professional office or some sort of service retail, something like that.
And I'm just going to let everybody know, because I did take you up on your offer, and I did go out and walk the site, because the previous plan that came out hinted at the sidewalk that went through the east-west, but I wasn't. The reason I went out and met with them is because I wanted to make sure that there was a connection, all exterior, and not having to go through a building from Valley View all the way to France Avenue. So, yes. And we talked about that further, and that was my goal of that and walking that site with you. So I appreciate your taking the time and walking me through it. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Hi, guys. One quick question on a topic that has already been talked about a lot, the east-west connection. Can you explain to me the elevator and the parking deck and how that sort of helps with the stairs, or, if you can't use the stairs? Did I hear that location was somehow significant? Maybe I just misunderstood.
Yeah, absolutely. So ideally, if we were to lay out this parking structure and we weren't worried about a east-west pedestrian connector, this stair tower would likely want to be in this corner to be associated with the entry to the medical office building. We made an intentional move to push that to this corner so that people that are walking along the walkway here are able to actually enter in underneath that skyway, come up into the elevator tower, and then exit out of the elevator tower onto the upper street room plaza space. And so this is it's keeping that accessible route while still allowing for us to mitigate the grade change that's happening with the staircase. Again, if we looked at ramping and things like that, a ramp would be about 230 feet long. And so if you think about that compared to a football field, it's like over two-thirds of a football field, basically, which is pretty unmanageable in a lot of ways for a ramp to work that 14-foot grade change, basically.
Thank you. A couple other questions on areas we haven't touched on. This on-grade parking behind the medical building that's in front of I think you're calling it the hilltop area. Why is that there? How does that relate to the access to the underground parking? I was just confused, and I think it makes the entrance chaotic. So I'm sure there's a reason, but I was...
Yeah, access is really, drop-off access is really critical for patients that'll be coming through. So really that is to have a lot of reserved immediate patient short-term parking and or drop-off for that user. And as it connects to the underground, it does not connect. That's a surface lot, but you would access it through.
So is
Jason,
that black line then a retaining wall? That dark black line in between the drive, to the right of your finger?
To the right here? Yes, that's a retaining wall that actually mitigates the difference between this on-grade, which is at the same grade as France Avenue, if you compare it that way, which is the same grade as the medical office building. And then the drive that comes through here is actually lowered at that Valley View level, so about 14 feet down, in order to make that access into the underground parking below the medical office building.
And we wanted patient drop-off on the back side in addition to the front side of the building?
Yeah, I think, there's going to be critical access on the front side of the building, but, there's going to be multi-tenant users in this building as well. So we want to provide that optionality because, I think the user that will be utilizing most of this building, or about a third of this building, will be wanting access in that back area for their patients' drop-off, so that they're not, so that we can really keep that France Ave side for other users for quick access.
Okay, I'm thinking about the pedestrian experience there as well. You showed the one photo of the people having lunch. You've got a not particularly attractive parking deck. I definitely see there's an opportunity to do, a skin or a facade to make that a more either public art or less unattractive to look at. But then you have this reasonably large parking lot. It just continues to eat away at the public engagement in the space. And then I'm wondering if we could talk a little bit about Tavern on France Point 2, whatever, if it's the same restaurant or another restaurant. How are deliveries and trash pickup happening at that restaurant?
I'm going to switch to the computer screen. I feel like that's easier. Yeah.
Lovely. So where are those happening?
So if you look on, I guess, the right side of the restaurant right now, or the planned north side of the restaurant, there's another 20-foot wide drive that would be along that side. That's, again, for something that we've worked with the fire marshal for fire access to that kind of critical corner of all those buildings coming together. But that would also allow for a screened trash area for the restaurant itself. And so
you're going to have a semi back into that to do deliveries and
deliveries would likely be happening at the curb cut along the France Avenue side of that building. So you can see that we have a drop-off curb cut there that would allow for trucks and things like that to pull up. We also have the striped area that's out in front of 6800. That's kind of at the corner between 6800. That would allow for smaller trucks and things like that to make drop-offs and access the backside of the building for the kitchen area.
It looked like on your plans that the back-of-house kitchen door was on that, I guess, the east-west facing little path that you said that the fire department, yep. So is that, it notes on the plans open area enclosure. I guess where I'm getting is, in addition to having the challenge of the stairs, your pedestrian walk is adjacent to your grease, your trash, your trucks possibly backing up and unloading. And what are the mitigations to protect the public enjoyment of the east-west walk, which is clearly part of the conversation?
Yeah, absolutely. We're doing a lot of landscape. We've been very carefully landscaping that area, including trees and shrubs to help screen that drive specifically. We also are intending to reuse some large existing limestone blocks that are being used as retaining features on that west kind of curved parking lot that exists on site today. Those will be seat walls that'll be located sort of along that street room corridor there to help, again, break up the perception between what is the sort of back of house of the restaurant and the more public street room face of the building. But primarily it's going to be screened with landscaping, so softscaping.
Dorky question, where's the grease interceptor collector going to be?
We would have to work specifically.
We don't know yet. Okay.
Yeah, we're working specifically with the restaurant design team, and so that is something that we'll be working with. But it would likely be within that trash enclosure, and so there would be a door on the exterior to not be out in the open there.
Okay.
That's a great question, by the way.
Yeah, I like that.
Love the bike access on the stairs. Is there signage that you've used in the past when you've had these on properties that help people understand what that is?
Yeah, we absolutely. We've used signage to help signify sort of wayfinding and areas to note where that can happen. I know as far as the ownership is concerned, there's also ways for them to help sort of signify this.
Commissioner Felt mentioned our meeting, and in her meeting she had talked about wayfinding as a profession. It really is. I mean, wayfinding is a challenge, and that's, I mean, really what we're doing currently today is investing in 6800, because right now it is really hard to navigate our site, especially when you have to go off our site, Because as a patient, you're a first-time patient, you're coming either from 62 or 494, and you park at 6800 lot or so it is really challenging, and we had kind of laughed about, you could put a sign, right in front of your face, and people just still not will follow that sign. So wayfinding will be a part of our plan here. And as they specifically address bikes, I think we can, that's something, a part of the public, or our common area signage package we can include.
Just intuitively, it's also as far as the placement of the bike parking, we are locating those near primary entrances to the building and things like that. So users of the building will hopefully start to recognize that as an amenity to the site and start to use that bike commuting as a secondary commuting source.
And thank you for mentioning wayfinding. I think my last question is trying to understand. I work with seniors for a living, so wayfinding is very important, and you're building a medical office building. Our population continues to age. I imagine some of your tenants may be adjacent to or helping geriatric residents who often walk slower, have diminished vision, walkers, scooters, all of those. I know you have a tenant who wants parking back there, but as I look through how people will walk through this site, the cars coming in and out of that back lot, you're going to have to cross traffic paths multiple times, and then you're going to have to cross on the west side, the entrance into that parking garage. I'm both concerned about the confusion that may present for seniors, the distances that may present for anyone with any sort of mobility impairment, and honestly, just the traffic pattern. So also, if your car comes to drop you off, how are you turning around without another car backing up? It just seems very tight and chaotic, and I'm wondering how you guys thought through that, and maybe if there's any thoughts you have on that.
I think we are providing a canopy access outside with the intent of minimizing the impact in that tree grove. It's a tight line that we're trying to walk as well. So we do need that drop off. I think those patients will be more so dropped off as opposed to driving themselves. And that is really part of the reason, Commissioner Bornstein, to further answer your question about why the need to place the parking back there. I mean, these are medical patients that need to be close to the parking to that building. So,
I guess one other thing to note is that you'll notice a slight change in coloration in some of the areas outside of these entrances. That's actually intentional. If you look at where it's labeled MOB entry, this is actually a raised sort of plaza experience. That's again to help mitigate the speed of traffic moving through this north-south corridor, and it would be say a stamped concrete or something like that would have some sort of texture to give it, again, the feeling of more of a plaza for people to slow down and to understand that this is a place of drop-off or a place of importance. That would be carried through to the west side of the building, again using a textural difference or coloration difference within the streetscape itself, and we are also looking at landscape buffers on the sides of the walkway here as well to help make that experience more inviting as you're moving from the west entry to the medical office building through to that Hilltop Plaza. The on-grade parking itself, it does have a turnaround, so a one-way turnaround, so you would be able to circumnavigate this without needing to, I guess what we call kind of a hammerhead backup condition. So you would be able to circumnavigate this and come back through the parking structure. Again, what we're seeing in this site plan is that may be a bit confusing, is that we are seeing the upper levels of the future phases, and so you're not seeing that direct connection through the parking, but that is in the, if you look at the floor plans on the package there, that'll show it a little bit clearer.
So just so I'm understanding, if I'm coming to the medical office building to visit this particular tenant, Google Maps is going to take me down Valley View, enter on the west side at the top there, and then come around, come underneath through from the Hilltop Plaza P1 as it's shown over a textured stamped concrete queue. You're going to drop somebody off, and then you're going to go around and go park yourself wherever.
Correct, correct. The idea of the parking area out here is, again, some really close accessible parking for, for anyone that needs that. And then, again, the parking out here was intended to be more short-term parking, kind of drop-off parking and stuff like that, to make that, again, as close to the entrance as possible for people that need that accessibility near the entry.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Just want to say thank you for coming back. Our feedback last go-around wasn't the most positive, as you know. So being brave to come back and make some changes, we really appreciate it. You got a challenging set of constraints. And I think you've answered most of my questions. I guess I have maybe some higher level ones that you may have touched on, but what made you guys get set on bringing the medical office building and the restaurant tighter to those other buildings versus having that internal kind of promenade Woonurf, or whatever you want to call it, but let's just say a more protected, simple design of a through street, whether that's for walking or parking or vehicles?
I guess I don't really understand. Do you
Yeah, I think so. So are you speaking to the medical office and restaurant being pulled closer to France Avenue and the connector drive being sort of placed behind, I guess, the west side of that?
Yeah, just from a design perspective, you're going to see basically a street next to a really busy street with more parking. And I know we had differing feedback on the commission as well as the council. Particularly for me, I would have wanted to see those brought toward France to create a protected experience back there. Yeah. Kind of closer to the PUD that was approved, which I think has more support behind it. So I just haven't heard particular details of why this was chosen over that. Shorter bridges maybe, and closer walking paths to get people maybe safer to your building. I'm just guessing because I haven't heard necessarily.
Yeah, if you look at our previous sketch plan, we've actually brought that building up quite a bit, and that's allowed us to stay out of the tree grove. And we've set our internal connecting corridors back at the building. Before, they were more centered and closer to the front. So we have brought that building up, and I think before, the restaurant was integrated inside of that building, similar to kind of how it is today. Taking that out of that building really allowed us to create that breaking up of block and this creating the street rooms and the areas between buildings that are programmed and all that. So, but at the end of the day, it really comes down to maintaining those connections within the building. So we've talked to a few members of the staff about putting that main prior Woonurf behind that building, and it just becomes almost impossible to create those connections that we need within the building.
Yeah, if to piggyback on that, I think it really primarily came down to the need to keep these buildings interconnected to make this a cohesive campus. As Sean had mentioned, there's amenities that are shared between the campus buildings that exist today, and that's important to keep that for the existing tenants and for easements and things like that that are required for current leases. I would say that when you push that connecting drive to the other side, you run into a lot of issues trying to make those internal connections to the existing buildings. The other thing that we actually really like, and understandably, there's a surface lot that's between the medical office building and the tree grove. But when you get up to the upper stories of this building, where a lot of the multi-tenant users are going to be, we've studied this quite extensively. The views out to those tree groves is a really nice experience. And instead of looking over a drive aisle and looking over beyond pulling that building away from that tree grove, really seeing that as an amenity and something that we can tie into was a big driver for again citing the building where it is located today.
Thank you for the answer there. It's hard for me to, I guess, swallow that just out of kind of the design principles that are, kind of laid out for the design experience guidelines. It's really to create prominent street rooms between buildings. And I like the addition of the bridges, right? And so then obviously it costs more to create, these larger or longer skyways, but that's something I probably wouldn't have ruled out and wanted to see a different version, but this is what you're here to propose. I think it's tied to a couple questions, but as you bring everything close together, you constrict a lot of your design almost intentionally by that choice, that you're creating a lot of these complexities of wayfinding and cross paths that I think you'd otherwise just avoid. So I just wanted to understand kind of why. And then regarding the, I have a lot of, so some of the sidewalks as they tie to the other parts of the site, I think you mentioned that that's going to be left to a later phase, just as you escape the 7 acres, that's left to a later phase.
I think we've set the stage for adding that connectivity and breaking up those buildings that we can work off of that will tie into that future phase.
Okay, and then regarding the restaurant, it being broke up, which I like, is there a plan for an outdoor patio area? I mean, it seems like you have it. And did you rule out any type of rooftop situation that then could kind of be used to connect different buildings a different way? I mean, are what we're looking at the way that you kind of have settled on those connections versus going from the MOB to the top of the restaurant to the other building? Just curious.
Yeah, I would tell you rooftop use is very user specific. There are a lot of restaurant groups that kind of have played with the idea, but that delivery system and their current staff, they might not have that all worked out. And so while we are working with the current user, we're also working with some of the design guidelines as well. And as they relate to a second level tying into the 6800 building, that is very challenging from a egress and exiting onto that second floor, because there's a big atrium right in the middle of that second floor. So really that connection has to be on the main level where it exists today.
Really, when we talk about, again, going back to wayfinding, if you have to, say, come into 6800, where we've created a new ADA entrance on the east side of the building, and you would have to go back to the elevator core, go up a level, and then circumnavigate your way through that building to find the skyway system, that seemed inefficient as far as a way to kind of connect these buildings. Whereas right now, what you're able to do is come into this building, go directly to your right, stay on that same floor as the 6800 building, go across the Skyway connection, and then come into the medical office building where you're all at that same level. Again, navigating through the medical office building to the shared lobby that is between the two entries here, and that again stays on that same floor and brings you into the 6600 building, which is where the primary entrance level is as well. Again, if we're start to push some of those up, you really kind of break apart that wayfinding. And
it's just interesting access. When Skyway's more at a ground level.
It's interesting, yeah, because it's
typically it's the other way around. So I appreciate that, and I think you touched on it before, but I just, was there a reason that you couldn't have expanded that ramp just to the south to just include that pedestrian route and just eliminate the stairs altogether? I know you said it's a long distance, but I mean, that's more accessible and easier for people to, traverse up instead of rely on steps. Was there Was there a reason that you settled on the stairs versus like a retaining wall next to that?
Are you speaking to the parking ramp itself, the ramp that you're using to kind of navigate up to the parking ramp?
Yeah.
So that's a speed ramp right now, which is not ADA compliant as far as the slopes are concerned. A lot of that has to do with, again, the size of the ramp. We're sort of restricted in how much space we have there. And so we would have to do a secondary ramp kind of adjacent to that in order to make that connection. And then what we run into is when you get to what we have, the Skyway right here, that would be blocking you from making that connection through to the other side of the site. And so what we really wanted to do was pull this Valley View grade through the site in order to get below, again, that on-grade link that links between all the buildings. And at that point, like I had mentioned, a ramp, a 200 and some foot long ramp just wasn't really feasible in this area. And so we incorporated the staircase and the ADA accessible parking elevator at that point to make that link. Otherwise, what you would end up with, again, is coming up a ramp, even if we had that, and you would have to cross through an on-grade link in order to make that through connection.
Yeah, just trying to best understand the constraints and the choices, kind of to address them. All right, I think that's all I have for my questions, mostly comments to come later. Any other questions that have come up? Yeah, Commissioner Smith.
Yeah, I know we're getting to the end of this section here, so I'll try to be quick. Just curious about the design. Were you just copying what's on the other side of the street, which is Fairview, Southdale? Just the way how you designed your building, is that kind of where the design came from?
Not specifically. Some of the material choices were definitely tied to, again, the white brick, using that to both sort of bring some contrast to the existing buildings. If you think about the existing campus right now, it's a really dark palette of kind of glazing. Primarily, 6600 building is almost all curtain wall glazing. That's kind of a darker kind of bronze, I guess, look to it. And then the 6800 building is primarily that same curtain wall with a darker brown stair tower. We wanted to bring, again, some contemporary nature to this, so we're incorporating that darker brick base facade to tie into those existing buildings, but we really wanted to bring some contrast and lighten this building up so it didn't feel like a really heavy, dark campus in its entirety. Using that white brick color, again, to tie into the Fairview Medical campus and make this understood as sort of a unified district, I think was a way to help reinforce that connection then as well.
Gotcha. In terms of ownership, I was just trying to think through this, and I don't want to make any assumptions, but so I know you guys are focused on this area, and then let's just say we say it looks great, let's do it. Then would you guys just be gone, and then the other areas would be new folks coming in to figure out what to do with those sites? Like, what's the connection you guys would have ongoing to the other subdivisions?
Yeah, I think, we have been a part of this ownership since, Wildermere has, since the early 2000s. And the current ownership structure right now has owned this since 2016. There is a long-term vision on this site and a commitment on this site. I think the parcelization is more, at least initially, based on the efficient financing. Because you think about, you have two occupied buildings that currently already have a mortgage and a loan on them and everything, and we've kind of made way for this new construction project. So those are two really different pieces on kind of how to finance this really efficiently. So from that parcelization standpoint, we've, we want to be able to set this up in the most efficient way to utilize that capital.
Okay, anything to add?
Personally, I hope we don't just walk away because I'd like to keep designing on the site. But
okay,
yeah, we've got plans for success on the site. So,
okay, wonderful. We certainly, we just look at planning, zoning, these kind of things, and we really rely on folks like yourselves to understand what's happening in the market, what are folks looking for, what are corporations trying to find. I know the market's very dynamic, but any ideas of, subdivision 1, what that potentially could be, what you guys are seeing, and subdivision, I think it's 4, what you guys are seeing there too in terms of future?
Yeah, I think we already answered this, but I'm happy to say it again. I think on that north side, I think that's parcel 1, right? On that north side, parcel 1, we really envision this new development north, medical uses. Yep. And then where this professional office building is to the south of that, 6800 building in south, that is closer to the neighborhood, it's closer to retail, it's closer to hospitality. So we really view that as probably some function of a mixed use in the future.
Gotcha. And just last little weird thing that I always notice whenever I go places is any restaurant, like if someone's walking down that boulevard, and you say, hey, I want to go into that restaurant and grab a bite, they're not going to walk all the way down to the driveway and go back in. They're just going to run over between the trees, right? So is there a way to put maybe a walkway through there that connects the boulevard into the front of the restaurant, R1?
Yeah, absolutely.
I see.
Speaking, we do have this through connection right here.
Gotcha.
That is going to be a kind of a signified crosswalk at this point. And then additionally, for people who are parking, say in the south lot here for the time being, while this is still a surface lot, we are making intentional moves to signify different crosswalks here to slow down traffic and really make that clear connection through to the restaurant as well. So using that again as a way to keep pedestrians safe as they're moving through the site.
Wonderful. Thank you.
That it? Yeah, all right. Alexander.
Just real quick, I was wondering why we're extending the sidewalk on the north side but not the west side, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that was actually one of the comments that we heard with some of the council members is, we're kind of adding a connectivity point on the southerly portion. And so with our limits of construction, was there right now, there's not currently a sidewalk on that 66. So we are adding that. There is currently a sidewalk along Valley View on the west side of that this site already ties into. Good question.
We also note that just adding a sidewalk again to our side of the site, we're trying to be cognizant of the tree grove that is there, and there would likely be some additional tree removal if we were to move forward with sort of removing sidewalk or adding sidewalk along that side.
Definitely be tree removal.
Yes.
Adding a sidewalk there because we did that on the south side to accommodate the access. So.
Is that it for questions for now? All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you for being very prepared to answer all these questions so far. This is a public hearing, the first of 2 tonight. So with that, I'll give kind of the instructions, and I apologize to someone who might be sitting in the queue for the last 2 hours. But for those who didn't remember, I'm going to go through this again. For people tuning in remotely, please call 312-535-8110 and enter access code 2632-379-5802. The password is 5454. Press *3 on your keypad to get in the queue to speak, and we'll let you know when we'll unmute you and it being your turn. But first, we will start with people who are here in person. Please come forward to the podium, and then we'll pivot after that to give people tuning in remotely some time to enter those 500 digits. All right.
Good evening. My name is Nora Davis, and I live at 6921 Southdale Road in the Lake Cornelia neighborhood. And I found the conversation to be very interesting tonight because there wasn't a lot of conversation about the neighborhood. There is a neighborhood directly adjacent to where that parking garage is going to be. And I'm here in support of the neighbors that live that close. I live on the south end of Southdale Road. We had a very difficult construction project on our end, and I don't want that to happen to my neighbors on the north end. There was talk, I did attend the open house on Monday night, and it was very interesting. And I saw the parking ramp totally covered by these magnificent green trees. And I stood and looked at them, and I thought, why am I worried? All those big, beautiful, huge trees. And then it struck me, this is winter. And 6-7 months out of the year, there aren't going to be any leaves there. And that parking ramp is going to be right in the face of those neighbors. And there's going to be lights. I mean, let's face it. And if it's a 4-story structure, which it will be, because it sits up so high, it's going to be like 5 stories. Same thing happened with the project behind my home. They said, well, 3 stories with setback to 4. Well, it turned out to be 4. And then the mere fact that it sits up higher, it's one honkin'-sized building. So I want you to think about those neighbors. And yes, there's going to be more traffic there. We all know that. And they are very quickly going to discover it's much faster to go through the neighborhood than to get on 70th Street or get on France Avenue with all the stoplights. We already have cut-through traffic. The other concern, of course, are the trees. And one of the neighbors said to me, she said, trees soften the buildings. And that's so true. I've been driving out 68th for a long, long time, and you really weren't aware of the buildings because of the trees. It did soften those buildings. And I know with all developments, a lot of times what is actually on the plan doesn't turn out that way. What you thought were going to be magnificent trees aren't magnificent at all, and they don't grow, they die. So please, I ask you to be cognizant of the neighborhood. And Claire, I had to compliment you on your dumpster question. I had the same question with that development behind our homes. Where are the dumpsters going to be? Nobody could tell me. Well, they're in the front of the building. There are 5 pickups a week, and they pick up adjacent to our neighborhood. So we can always tell when the dumpster is coming. So thank you for that. Not many people talk about dumpsters. So again, please respect our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else who is here in person, please come forward. Would like to speak, of course, not everyone.
Hello again, Janie Weston, 6136 Brookview Avenue. I walk through, bike around, and drive around this area a lot. It's on my way to things all around the Southdale area. And I have a thought about windows facing France Avenue. Do they have to be clear glass? If I'm in a medical building, maybe that's not a good idea that it be clear glass. Can they do frosted or something like that? Take it into consideration. Sometimes you want medical privacy. The other thing, this east-west pedestrian walkway. Bike gutters are horrible. I've been forced to use them for years on the Crosstown pedestrian bridge over to Rosslyn Park from the north side of the Crosstown. They are really awful. The older I get, the harder they are to use. They don't help anyone with a stroller. They don't help anyone that needs a walker. And I can't use them now either because I have to now use a recumbent 3-wheeled trike, my bike trike, I call it. Doesn't work when you've got 24 steps, I think. I was counting your lower flight real quick when you had that image up there. That was 12, and then there was a whole nother flight of stairs. So instead of having the walkway on the south side of the ramp squeezed between the 6800 building, why not have it be a much more pleasant meander through the trees from Valley View, where the pedestrian crossing is, have it use that natural rise up through the trees to get you up to the France Avenue elevation. Then you're not having pedestrians cross over, cars going around the blind curve to get in and out of the ramp, which is really dangerous. So you eliminate that problem. Then the only place that you need to do something a little different is do a walkway, pedestrian, bicycle bridge over your ramp to go to your access drive to get to the parking underneath the building. And then that would just give you a much more gentle rise, much more pleasant. Just be nice with the trees. I want to see as many trees as possible stay put. And then perhaps if the fire marshal would let you, maybe that ramp could be moved a little bit further south and save a few more trees, because those big ones take decades or centuries to grow. So I'd like to see most of them preserved. And I really like a 66th Street sidewalk idea because of where I walk from my house. One has been needed for years, and also on Valley View, on the east side of Valley View, for that one missing stretch. That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here in person that would like to speak, please come forward. I don't see anyone jumping at the opportunity, so we'll turn to, come on. I think you literally did jump.
I did.
So,
I did.
Thanks.
Well, I lost track of things. I just wanted to make sure that the engineering staff is taking into consideration the water runoff. Even though we're planning for 100-year events, those 100-year events are taking place a lot more frequently. Basically, just in the last I was just looking up on Google rain events in Minnesota, and we've had mega rain events 2.5 times more likely in the last 10 years, since 2000. No, I guess that's 20 years, than the previous 50 years. So as we plan on rainwater management, I just would rather err on the side of additional caution instead of going, oh, well, it was only supposed to happen every 100 years. So that's it.
Thank you very much. I don't see anyone else, so let's move to see if anyone is in the virtual waiting room.
We do not have anyone in the virtual waiting room.
I think we've given it about 5 minutes or longer, so we will move on from that. Welcome a motion to close a public hearing then.
Move to close the public hearing.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
So moved. The public hearing is closed. Thank you for those who came and participated. Now is the time of this public hearing that we will bring it back to the Planning Commission to deliberate. So it might just work best to maybe go one by one to share comments, unless people have questions for each other first. If there's an exchange or anything like that someone would like to know, or perhaps a comment for, well, someone on staff that's in the room. We're going to start from that side.
Personally, I think it's a pretty good plan. I think especially if they've done the research and they find that we need more medical services, I think that's imperative that we kind of take control of that and make sure that we're helping our population in that regard. Yeah.
Thanks.
I really commend the developer and the architect for going from 15% of the old growth trees to 90%. That's huge for everyone, and I'm sure that wasn't an easy lift. That being said, I think the logistics to get in and out of that parking garage, the drop off in the back, that you've got parking and a roundabout, I see a lot of pedestrian level concerns there. I see opportunities for green roofs on, if we're going to go up in the parking deck, to the commissioner's earlier comment, why not do all four now? I know there's a financing component to it, but it does give us opportunities to do other community amenities. And I guess the push and pull is by changing the zoning back, you're giving up a lot of what the PUD was approved on in terms of that concept that this is the beginning of the Southdale district, and that's a public good, and how do we connect all various people in various phases of life. I appreciate that. I think Nora's friend from Brookview Avenue, that you have strollers or wheelchairs. It's a challenge, and I wonder if there's a different way to think about the subdivisions with easements encumbering the sites that would give to the south of the building, preserve the pedestrian crossing there as part of the subdivision, as opposed to trying to force it in between all these buildings that we've scrunched together. I'm struggling with that internally.
Thank you. Commissioner Felt.
When I saw the plan, right, so obviously the whole building environment and real estate environment has changed. So they're trying to develop this 7 acres right in the middle. And when I saw this plan, I like the orthogonal nature of these buildings. When I walk around the site, and even when I walked in the site, because of the diagonal building, I get confused. So I think the strong relationship between the parking ramp, the medical office building, the new restaurant, and the existing building, those four kind of create a really strong orthogonal presence within this campus. And I'm a little bit reminded with the street rooms, we've talked about street room typologies, the water issue, the water pond issue, and the kind of the one among the trees, but also that whole kind of stairway ramp access between the east and west. I find those spaces very interesting personally, and I'm reminded of 50th in France, between the south parking ramp between Lunds and the restaurants. And when I go in that parking ramp and I score among that first set of parking, like right next to the drive aisle where all the trash, I'm like, I've got rock star parking, and I'm happy about it, and I'm happy kind of crossing that lane and taking the little path down. And I love all those back alley paths, so I can pick up something in the grocery store and run through. And this is not a series of grocery stores, but I can imagine being in the Cornelia area and walking through there and not having cars come at me from either side and being able to go to the restaurant. And I appreciate that. And I really appreciate, I get that the connectors were strong, and one of the things I asked for was being able to kind of get through the site from the east to the west without having to go through a building. So I appreciate the creative way that they came together to make that happen. And I actually think that little alleyway is like 4 street rooms in itself. I mean, they're small, they're discrete ones. They're not as big as some of the other ones, but I think there's a lot of synergy happening back there that's enjoyable. And there's, a 20-foot grade drop between Valley View and France Avenue, and that's going to be difficult to do. So I do think what's kind of important to me on this is the one way we can, one of the biggest pieces of the Southdale area guidelines to me is breaking up these large blocks. And if the future development of this site can maintain those original east-west streets, the one on the south side of 6800 would be a straight shot east-west, the one on the north side winds through the street, the parcel a little bit more. I think the ability to kind of, if we can find a way to kind of get those into the whole parcel, that would be important to me. I also appreciate the amount of trees that they listen to us and are keeping a lot of those trees. They are a lot of old growth trees, and it's 75% more or 70% more. That's a lot of trees, so I appreciate that. I think there might be other ways to get through the site without having to go up the steps, and that might have to wait until later on. And I've gone back and forth between bringing the buildings up to France Avenue or kind of I do like the double boulevard of trees. I think it's really nice, and it kind of creates a campus effect here. And I know it's against the Southdale area guidelines, but I do like the boulevard of trees. And I know whenever I drive around healthcare centers, I go really slow. In my car, I do. I just know that there are people that are getting dropped off to go to their appointments, and they might have mobility issues, and I go really slow. And everybody around me seems to too. And that's where I think the wayfinding and the signage on the parking structure is going to be really important. You know, the parking structure has been designed like this to save that grove of trees. That was really important to the neighborhood. And I appreciate that. I think that's it for my comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Bornstein.
Okay, well, I think it's improved since the last time, obviously. So commend you guys for doing that. I think the thing I like the best about it is the boulevard of trees, like you said, Meriwether. It gets closer to the type of typology we want for a boulevard street. You know, at the same time, like, this is a rezoning request, and I think we have the most discretion on the pyramid when it comes to rezoning than anything else. And there's just some components to this that I think I'm still struggling with. For example, I commend preserving a lot of the trees, but still just the idea of like taking a significant amount of old growth trees down to build a parking lot just kind of like runs against some of the concepts we're trying, like a lot of the concepts we're trying to accomplish with new development in some specific ways, and then like bigger picture ways. Maybe I don't fully appreciate the complexities associated with easements or things like that, but in general, I think we're trying to encourage development that doesn't have parking between the street and the structure, and drive circulators around concentrated campuses in the middle of large blocks. And I think like in an ideal world, these buildings would be close to the street. There wouldn't be parking between the sidewalk and the structure. The parking lot, to the extent it was needed, would be shifted forward to not infringe on the grove, if that was possible. But I do also appreciate some of the effort made at connectivity between the structures. So I think overall it's an improvement right now, given the discretion we have with rezoning. I don't know if there's like enough here where I would vote in favor of it for the reasons I already stated. I mean, ideally we'd see just a stronger type of set of structures that just fit closer to what I think we all know we're looking for when we approve change on this part of France. All right.
Thank you, Commissioner Day.
Okay, so I'll echo, I guess, what most people have said. I think the improvement's great. As a standalone site, I think this functions really well, right? If this is what we're aiming for, if you're looking for a campus-like effect, I think you've achieved that. The connectivity within the area, I think, is great, right? Certainly taking steps to encourage pedestrian connectivity between your buildings and whatnot. But what I struggle with here is how this fits with what we're trying to accomplish, not just on this site, but Southdale as a whole, and what the Southdale design guidelines are looking for, right? And I know there's a push-pull there. You guys are concerned about your site, and we're concerned about the overall area and what works. How can we, right, really, find a good middle ground there? To me, it seems like really what we've done is you've taken the feedback that we gave initially and kind of come back with, I wouldn't say the bare minimum, but not a much better than the bare minimum. When I look at this, I'd like to see something more along the line of 72, like when we reviewed a site that was proposed for 7235 France Avenue, those buildings were split up more and further away from one another, and the pedestrian experience was a lot more, I guess, enhanced than what I see here. You could potentially move that medical, again, we've talked about this, the medical site closer to France, restaurant site closer to France, and encouraging more pedestrian connectivity in between, and I guess more, these street rooms, as you see, right? And even visibility through the site. I don't think it's necessarily, and maybe wayfinding will really help with this, but your existing street room that you have going through east to west isn't the most, I guess, inviting, or isn't really readily apparent to me that is a corridor that I could take if I'm living on the other side of this development and trying to get over to France. I probably would just think that's just a sidewalk that goes to the parking structure or goes to the restaurant or whatever it may be. So, to me, it's, and when I asked about the parking structure and could we do something different, it's, those boulevards that we had in the previous sketch, that connect the east-west, I thought that was great. And I know these things happen in layers. I know they happen in stages, so we can't plan it all at once, right? And so you can't just build it all at the same time, understandably. But I do think that we've diminished the proposal in terms of pedestrian and bicycle and really non-car friendliness than what we had originally seen. So, I think, again, you've made good improvements in terms of the site from what we last saw, really served to make it really, a cohesive whole for its site by itself. But as it really fits into the rest of France and trying to, emphasize France as kind of a street avenue, really, make that whole area better, I think it falls short a little bit. So that's it. Thanks.
Thanks, Commissioner Smith.
Yeah, I would agree with a lot of what was said earlier. I know as a planning commission, the ideal situation, right, is that the whole site gets developed at the same time, right? That's kind of the dream that we always look for, but the reality is that, we have to break it up and do it in sections, right? And come back and reassess the other section and the other section. But when we do that, we certainly want to think about how do we give good feedback, give good input so that we're setting the groundwork for the future, right? So when a new developer comes to grab a different section, they could continue the work. So that continuity, I think, is going to be really important for us. I think we got some good feedback on that earlier today with, setting the stage for walkways and pathways and how to connect north side and the south side. So I think that's super helpful, enhancing those corridors. I know parking came up quite a bit, from earlier comments. If we could somehow, think about parking as, let's not build parking to get rid of trees, right? But let's think about doing parking in a way that minimizes it and ideally kind of helps the next developer with reducing the amount of parking that they have to build, if that's possible, right? And that's kind of one of the ideas. Really good progress on maintaining the oak grove, but then in some of the proposals, it was replacing oak with coniferous trees, right? So oak is a very hardy, age-long, it lives a long time. It's a high-quality type of a tree, and I know it takes forever to grow. A pine tree is something that is not the same standard of tree, I guess, but I guess it lives a long time. But if you could replace like with like, that would be even better, right? And so just kind of consider that. You know, we certainly want to respond to residents who live in that neighborhood, so I was very appreciative of the feedback. And that was one thing that I was going to bring up here too, was just the screening of the parking ramp. I totally get it. You don't want this industrial-looking parking ramp with lights kind of bearing down into your neighborhood, right? So if you could screen that in a way that makes it artistic and inviting, that's super helpful. The other components in just the placement of the buildings for, you know, dumpsters, for example, and the way how to get through that site if you have a stroller or a walker or something like that should also be factored in. All in all, you know, as a city, we certainly want to have good development. Or we want to have development, but we want to have good development. I'm kind of on the fence here a little bit, and I'm still trying to balance that, but I think a lot of progress has been made, but I'm wondering if it's a little short, and I'm still trying to decide on how I feel. I guess one question that maybe Director T could answer later is if we were to approve PCD 3, is it just for this subdivision or is it for the entire site? And, you know, if it does get approved, does it lock in the developer to what they've proposed, or could we add conditions, right? So that's kind of what I'm trying to think through. Maybe at the end we could get some input on that. But overall, better progress for sure than the first design. But I'm wondering if there's something that could be done to enhance it even further, you know? So that's kind of how I'm thinking about it.
Commissioner Padilla.
I'm going to echo a lot of the same sentiments, but maybe for some different reasons. I don't have an issue with rezoning this from PUD to PCD3. I think the fact that it was rezoned to PUD and then never utilized makes it kind of moot. So I don't have a problem with PCD3. I also very much like the idea of breaking it down from one parcel to four parcels. Again, I think that's all progress. However, I'm concerned about the neighborhood on the other side of Valley View, both the homes and the people that live there, and also with the additional traffic that will result from closing off one of the turn lane. I'm also concerned with the public realm space. I think the boulevard that you've got parallel to France is nice. I don't think it's enough. Clearly, everybody expressed concern about the trees. I don't know if that surprised you, but we've all gone there. And lastly, from a 50,000-foot perspective, I don't know how many people saw the article in the Wall Street Journal over the weekend about Simon infusing, I think, $400 million or some enormous amount of money into Southdale. And lucky for us, that Edina, is going to benefit greatly from that. And we can't ignore the fact that basically this is across the street. And that's very important and very impactful of what this turns into. And so, I think one of the ways that impacts it is the fact that there has to be additional access. Easy access, viable access, and that means not just from the buildings, but from the homes in the neighborhood on the other side of Valley View. So I would like to see more of that, and in addition to with accessibility and the whole public realm aspect, bikes and walking, and I don't think we spent enough time talking about that. And my pet peeve is we get these traffic studies and they tell us all about the vehicular traffic, and they ignore or they don't know, or they don't mention. What we hope is far more walking and biking in the future. So I end up on the fence as well after all that.
So this kind of reminds me, or makes me think of a homeowner a single-family homeowner coming to the city and having a large piece of property and wanting to build a garage on it or something, and there's plenty of land to do it, and they're giving us this little picture of part of their property and saying, well, we have constraints, and it's kind of what Chair Bennett was saying. And so, when we give a variance, the variance is this created by the owner? And this is very much created by the owner. So this is self-imposed problem. So there's this 22 acres. There's lots of places to put a parking ramp and to line it with either businesses or housing, or even if it's decorative, whatever. This is a completely self-imposed problem, and it's really hard to. It's very incremental compared to. Changes were made, and that's appreciated, but it's very incremental compared to what was there before. And it's just wrong in a lot of ways. So, for example, and before I get into that, so zoning backwards to something that the city created in the 1970s, I think is a huge mistake. So I don't think we should allow this to be rezoned to PCD. I think it would be a terrible mistake, because our comprehensive plan and future zoning would not look anything like that. So we want mixed use, and there's no mixed use here at all. If we had, we do. Just south of here, we have affordable housing. And so if someone, there's going to be a lot of doctors in these offices, but there's going to be a lot of technicians and other people who don't make as much money. And if those people are living in the affordable housing, how are they going to get here? Hopefully they're not going to drive, because it's literally a block away. The circuitous path that they would have to take to get here, and then the huge parking lot they'd have to walk through, just doesn't really make sense. So then we also have a resident from a nearby neighborhood across the street who's talking about, getting across, and other commission members have mentioned this, getting across Valley View Road and then going through this to say go either in here or to go across the street to the mall. And, if you imagine you're a car going on Valley View and you want to get to France Avenue, you go along Valley View, you make a left-hand turn, you go through, there's a stoplight, you're there. Direct path right through the system. If you live in the neighborhood and you want to come, oh, she's not here, and you want to come through, you cross, I don't know what the name of that street is, but you cross that street where there's a crosswalk, then you have to turn right, walk, 100 feet, then you turn left, then you go across a grassy area, path across a grassy area, then you cross an entry ramp into a parking ramp, then you have a suddenly wider street that's called the West Passage, which is next to, a two-car, potentially two-story, potentially four-story parking ramp. Then you reach the first set of stairs, and then you reach a second set of stairs, which are now much narrower than the path that you were just on. You cross a little street sidewalk thing, then you go down, and then suddenly it expands again, and it's called a street room. And then it narrows again, and it's very, very narrow. And then you walk down there, and then you have to make a right-hand turn, and then you cross either the loading area or wherever the dumpsters are, whatever that is, and you go across there. Then, you hit a parking lot, so you've got to make a left, and then you make a right. Then you go across the entryway to the parking ramp. Then you make another left. Then you go across another street, and then you get to France Avenue. This is not friendly to anybody who wants to walk or bike through here. So one of the things, I used to be on the Transportation Commission, one of the things we talk about is making the city, viable for people from 8 to 80, and if you have an e-bike, for example, and this thing weighs, I don't know, what do they weigh, 100 pounds? More than that? And you're trying to get it up and down this thing using this little slot. And by the way, there wasn't one on the other side where the handrail was. There was nothing next to that. So are people going to go up and down on the same one? It's also, as someone mentioned, the resident mentioned, going, no, I think you mentioned it, going across the crosstown, in the ramp that's being replaced. It had one of those, and I've used it several times, and it is not pleasant to use, and it doesn't allow strollers and recumbent bikes and any other way of getting there. And the city would replace it, or is replacing it, with something that has switchbacks, and that's much easier to get up and down. So this is a completely unacceptable pedestrian and cycleway through this system that's not only completely erratic, but it goes basically, it's not a street room. You're like in a hallway, and then there's greenery, but there's not much else. And if you think about this parking ramp and walking next to it, that's very much like 50th in France before the new building was built, right? We had that old 1970s parking ramp, and that was not pleasant to walk by, because you had all the businesses on 50th Street, and they backed up to the parking ramp. And they had trees and bushes and everything, but it was not a pleasant place to be. And now it's a beautiful, pleasant place to be. And that's the kind of thing that this city wants. And this is not it. So, it's just really problematic. And then there's, huge amount of parking that, would be completely unneeded. And then, so we talked about potential, or there is affordable housing to the south. And again, if you look at cars today, the average cost of a new car is $40-something thousand. New cost of an EV is $50,000 or $60,000. So these people who are technicians and whatnot probably aren't going to be driving very much longer. They're going to be having to take transit. And then we're going to have the E line that's going to stop, again, just across the street. I mean, not just across the street, but in the Southdale Mall. And how are you going to get there from here? And, there's just no really good way to get there. And as another commissioner mentioned, the lack of a sidewalk on the north, or I guess that's the western edge, means there's no good way to circulate on this system. And just by focusing on this very narrow area, we have to consider the entire property because that's what you own. And I don't see us having any rationale for approving this when the constraints are completely self-imposed. So, and again, as Chair Bennett mentioned, this medical office building entry, that streetway through there, that is really meant to be up above the medical building, and the medical building should be along France Avenue. And then you have an internal street, and that's what's called a street room. The street room is not a street room. I think Mick should have a meeting with the current commissioners, because the current commissioner, you and I are the only two who are involved in that, who really understand it. And it's a huge document, and I think to understand what a street room is, you would know that this is not a street room. And so by moving that street further west, that would make a street room kind of like what was there before, and that would connect the entire length. And then, we ask questions like, well, what's the future plan for south of here and north of here? We can't consider that tonight because that's an unknown. That's not what we're voting on tonight. We're voting on the current plans, and that's the only thing we can vote on. So I think for all these reasons, I'm not going to vote for this. I think it's a terrible plan. Thank you.
Commissioner? Sarah?
Okay, I'm gonna be honest, I don't really have anything new to add to this conversation that hasn't been said already, so let's just, let's keep this moving, and, yeah.
Very nice, thank you, great comments. Just want to thank you all for for coming. I mean, I guess the first part of my comments is, there was a lot left to be desired the last go around. So to come back and face us again after that, it's quite an undertaking, and we want to see this type of investment in Edina. We want to see this here. I want to see this here. The community wants to see it here. I think the aesthetics, the design, the saving most of the trees, the connections, the medical office component, separating out the restaurant, like a lot of what you are showing and presenting and want to do, I'm 100% behind. It's just the how. And it hinges back to comments during the sketch plan for this, for me, too, where just the basic, fundamental, and first design choices on the site set constraints that otherwise wouldn't exist. So what I'm looking at here, the 7 acres, we have 2 buildings that exist, but they're outside of the 7 acres. So it's like building next to something that's there. So to me, we have 7 acres to get creative to make this work. That's a lot of real estate to really get creative. And the previous plan preceded the Southdale Experience Guidelines and the Design Experience Guidelines, yet it was much closer to those than what we're seeing right now. So it just for fundamental reasons, like, again, I totally support what you guys are doing. Really want to get behind a way to make this work, and I think there is. I think you have all the right components, just the wrong configuration to make the design simple, more in line with the Design Experience Guidelines and the Southdale area plan, that then kind of answers all of these critiques we had. Like those design features that were well contemplated create a simple wayfinding experience to navigate through a site, get through it. And I think it answers a lot of these things if you just shifted and brought things forward and made concessions of how you connect the building. So for a bunch of those kind of reasons, just fundamentally, I'm not there enough to support it. I think the variance request component or the rezoning is maybe arbitrary. If this looked spatially closer to what I'd like to see, I think I could get behind that. The transparency and the height, not really an issue. It's just where we have the discretion for that rezoning and kind of the composition of it. I'm just not quite there.
Commissioner Bennett, is it possible to ask the applicant if they are willing to make further changes before we give a vote?
So typically, I would guess with the type of changes we would want to see, it would require a resubmission unless there were just slight tweaks. I mean, if it was, add a path connection here or, because this basically is, these are conditions that go to a recommendation to the city council, so we're not necessarily changing what this looks like.
Right.
I'm just feeling that there's a sense of greater conditions, but I'm
it felt
open
like
to.
there would be a lot of conditions if we were to approve it. So rather than go that way, give the developer an opportunity if they'd like to revise.
Yeah, Carrie, like what, and they can, and they're free to still pursue through the city council, but typically, if say we don't approve it or the city council doesn't, or there's conditions too strong, there's kind of a gut threshold that you would say, kind of minor tweaks that we would push through.
The changes you're contemplating here probably would warrant a resubmission. The other option is, we're under the 60-day rule. They could waive that, revise the plans, and still operate under this existing application where we're not, under that time threshold.
Okay.
The other they can, if they don't want to make any changes to the plans, Planning Commission makes a recommendation, goes to the City Council. If they were to deny, they would have to wait a year to come back unless they make some significant changes for a new application.
And that's up to staff's discretion, and I think maybe some of the stuff we've described could kind of comprise a major
Could, yeah.
revision. So again, just sensing what I'm hearing, I think we should move to a motion, either for approval or denial. And regardless, wish you guys the best luck. And I mean, we want something like this to happen here. Just, I guess I'm not speaking toward the results, but thank you so much for coming. Is there anyone that's willing to make a motion either way?
So if I might, I'm just thinking about beefing up the findings for the denial option. I'm hearing maybe support for variances, so finding number 3, maybe we remove that. And I wrote a couple of things down that I think I heard the commission say, not in these exact words, but I'll throw it out there and offer these as findings. Lack of adequate public pedestrian and bike connections through the site. The proposal removes significant trees for construction of a parking ramp when there's other space on the site for a parking structure without tree removal. Those are 2 that I thought of, that I heard. And if there's any others that you might think of.
Commissioner Miranda?
Yeah, as per the Southdale guidelines, we would want a street through the center, a connector all the way through, right?
Through north-south?
North-south.
And I don't know if, I mean, some of that's getting more specific than kind of the general, like, guidelines of just breaking up the block in such a way, which could be east-west too.
Oh, sure. I mean,
Yeah,
they could
so
add east-west too, yeah, but it calls for
Yeah.
a north-south route through there. Internal.
Still willing to make, no, not anymore. Anyone willing to make a motion either way?
Motion's denied based on the list that Carrie came up with?
And the ones in the staff report?
Yeah.
Second?
So we'll do a roll call vote, and just a reminder, all in favor of this or in favor of a denial? Just a reminder. So an aye signals a denial. Roll call.
Commissioner Miranda.
Aye.
Commissioner Padilla.
Aye.
Commissioner Smith.
Nay.
Commissioner Day.
Aye.
Commissioner Bornstein.
Aye.
Commissioner Felt.
Nay.
Commissioner Hanneman.
Aye.
Chair Bennett.
Aye. So from that, the motion carries for recommendation of denial to the city council. Again, wish you guys the best of luck. Thank you for coming in, and we hope to see you again, or if it gets through, best of luck in construction. Thank you so much. All right, we're on to our second public hearing. I think we take a 5-minute break, allow student commissioners to go to bed. Maybe let's pick up in 5 minutes.
Wouldn't we all? I would.
I had a
few hours.
The one up to the south, right? Or no? Yeah, okay.
Oh gosh, oh no. All right,
We've
so,
had meetings till like 2, and you turn into a pumpkin.
yeah. So we have one more public hearing, same format, although this time the applicant is the city and us. It's the planning commission to advance a potential ordinance. Addison, take it away. Thank you.
Started talking about accessory dwelling units 2 years ago, and we're here tonight to have you consider an ordinance to move forward to the city council. So I'll just kind of back up here and give a little bit of context and history on how we got here. So the reason we're even talking about this is accessory dwelling units have been identified in a number of the city's guiding documents as something that we should consider pursuing as a way to meet some of our housing and sustainability goals. There's a document included in your packet tonight that pulls out a lot of that language and identifies some of those goals and policies and how ADUs would align with that. And so starting to take a look at ADUs and potentially drafting an ordinance was put on the Planning Commission's work plan back in 2022 and 2023. So a subcommittee of the Planning Commission was formed with Chair Bennett, Commissioner Smith, and Miranda, and we started looking at this together, looking at ordinances from over 20 other communities, some local, some across the country, getting information from other cities, looking at articles, talking to researchers, talking to architects and builders. And so a lot of that information was used to put together an advisory communication that the Planning Commission approved and passed along to the City Council. That was presented to the City Council on February 7th of 2023, recommending that we move forward with developing an accessory dwelling unit ordinance. Council still had some questions and things they wanted to discuss with staff and the commission. We talked about that at a work session with them on May 16th of 23, and it was at that meeting that they gave feedback to Planning Commission and staff to continue working on this and developing an ordinance, but also to get some feedback from the community. So we had a survey that was posted on Better Together for about 6 weeks, where we had 136 responses to that. We held a couple of resident focus group meetings to have some deeper conversations with residents about their feelings about ADUs. And then following that, Planning Commission gathered a lot of that feedback and met in four work sessions in the fall and into the winter of, or the beginning of 24 to begin developing the framework for the ordinance that's in front of you tonight. So now I'll just kind of go over what is in the ordinance and what's proposed. So the ordinance would allow ADUs only on lots with a single family home. It would allow no more than one ADU to be constructed per property, and would allow internal, attached, and detached ADUs. So when we say internal, we're talking about a dwelling unit constructed within the building envelope of the existing single family home. An attached ADU would be something like an addition off the back, creating a new dwelling unit. And then detached could be a standalone dwelling unit, or it could be a dwelling unit located above a detached garage. The ordinance would allow ADUs to be permitted by right, so assuming you're complying with all of the zoning standards, you just apply for your permit. It doesn't require any kind of discretionary review like a site plan review or a conditional use permit process. That was pretty consistent with most of the other communities we looked at. Either the ADU or single-family home could be rented out, but not both units. The ADU could not be sold independently from the primary home or create a separate tax parcel. The maximum size for an ADU would be up to potentially 1,000 square feet. The exception for that would be if someone was trying to create an ADU within an existing basement, you could exceed that. Planning Commission had a lot of discussion about that in those work sessions. And really the intent behind that is it may be impractical to kind of partition off some of the basement if it's larger than 1,000 square feet and keep that as part of the primary dwelling unit. You may have some additional challenges with that. That was something we saw in the City of Crystal's ordinance. We think that would be a good way to try to minimize the need for variances in those cases. The 1,000 square foot maximum is also consistent with the existing maximum for detached accessory structures on a single family property. It is a total square foot limit for all accessory buildings on a single family lot. So if you had a shed and then you also wanted to have an ADU, it would be the combined square footage of those, cannot exceed 1,000. You may also end up being limited by building or impervious surface coverage limitations as well. There is no minimum size in the zoning ordinance for an ADU. However, the building code sort of indirectly dictates that there would be some minimum size and would ensure that there's enough space for it to be safely livable. There are a few minor design requirements that are intended to really maintain the appearance of a single-family neighborhood, so restriction on adding additional entrances to the front of the house, and also requiring that a detached ADU must be located fully behind the rear building line of a single-family home, so that when you walk down the street, it still maintains that appearance of a single-family neighborhood. Just like any other type of dwelling unit, an ADU would need to comply with Minnesota Residential Building Code. And then the ordinance does not require any additional parking be provided for an ADU, but again, the city does have restrictions for on-street parking, so sort of indirectly, if you need to park a car, it would need to be provided on the property. Setbacks and height are probably the things that you all discuss the most. Those two kind of go hand in hand together. So there's kind of two different scenarios here. So the city currently has a 1.5 story or 18-foot height limit for detached accessory structures that can be located 5 feet from a side or rear lot line. The ordinance would maintain those same standards for a 1.5 story or 18-foot high ADU. We recognize that in order to allow ADUs above a detached garage, 18 feet was going to be not enough height to accommodate that. So the commission talked about allowing some additional height and then talking about what would be the appropriate setback. So you spent a lot of time on that, and where we landed and what the ordinance proposes is that if you want to go up to 25 feet and have that second story, the side yard setback would need to be the same as is required for the principal structure. And the rear yard setback would need to be at least 12 feet. However, for properties abutting an alley, it could be reduced to 5 feet. So these are examples of what is kind of a typical lot in Morningside, which is 50 by 200. So our principal structure side yard setback is on a sliding scale that varies by lot width. So for a 50-foot wide lot, the principal structure side yard setback is 5 feet. So that is what the ADU would need to meet for that side yard setback here with a second story. And again, that 12-foot rear yard setback. In the case of lots that are wider, like a 75-foot wide lot, that side yard principal structure setback increases to 10 feet. And then still you have that 12-foot rear yard setback here. But again, for a one-story ADU, a 5-foot side and rear yard setback would be allowed. And I should say too, yeah, these are all height and setback requirements for a detached ADU. Anything attached or internal to the primary dwelling would just need to meet principal structure setback and height requirements. Also, when we looked at other cities and what they allow for height, it was important to note that those other cities measure height to the midpoint of a gable roof. Edina measures height to just the highest point regardless of roof style. So, you know, we saw some of those other communities allow height up to 21 feet, 22, 23 feet, kind of in that range was pretty common. That's measuring to the midpoint. So like on this graphic, for example, you see that would be measuring to the midpoint at about 17 feet here, but the way Edina would measure this structure would be 24 feet in height. So just say that for us to be able to kind of be able to accurately compare to those other cities. So you had a lot of discussion on that and landed on that 25 feet for a second story ADU. So with that here, staff's recommendation tonight is that you hold a public hearing and make a recommendation to the City Council regarding the proposed accessory dwelling unit ordinance. Staff worked closely with you in developing this, so staff is supportive of the ordinance as it's drafted and recommends approval. So I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Addison. Just want to commend Addison and Quincy here, as well as Commissioner Miranda. I think the difference with this one compared to other things is, I mean, when you look at the timeline, this has been a pretty long and thorough and very intentional process, as we've learned from other ones that have maybe kind of got stalled. And there's just been a tremendous amount of effort and strategy employed with kind of getting this to a finish line in a, let's just say, hope and like an approvable ready state. One thing Commissioner Addison didn't touch on too is like the draft ordinance is simple relative to a lot of other jurisdictions, and there is good reasons for a lot of that that you didn't really touch on, but are important for people to understand. Like pretty much any possible situation has been discussed and contemplated. So even though you might not see specific wording around something, there is a reason why that was left out or left unaddressed. And there were reasons why certain things were amended. And even in the last few days, I personally have thought of a couple other things too. But this is, I guess, the time for questions. And since this is the presentation, we can, this can be more of a fruitful exchange in advance of the public hearing. So if people have like, hey, can we tweak this language? Can we consider this? I mean, we're at a place that's pretty ready to approve. But if you have any concerns or clarifications or whatever, this is the time. So I think just open it to anyone to, yeah, Commissioner Padilla.
Just in the Better Together Edina, I noticed a lot of the feedback was asking about the R2, adding R2 approval to this. And so I'm just wondering, is that something that would have to be done now? Can that be a subsequent ordinance amendment?
Yeah, right now, it would only allow them on R1 properties with a single-family home. You know, that I think was something that you all discussed in one of those work sessions. You certainly could change that here as part of, you know, adopting this ordinance, or it could be something that's done later. So really, you know, yeah, it's totally up to your discretion to recommend that.
And we did discuss that intentionally to not take a giant leap, but, you know, a step that gets us there. And then, I mean, an amendment would be as simple as adding and R2 in the future or whatever, right? Something that simple of amendment to the ordinance. Yeah, Commissioner Fell.
I'm not saying.
Is your mic on? I don't know.
Oh, thanks. I think we can think about that later, but I did have a question. I looked up the R2 zoning today, and it did say in there that R2 zoning can be split. And then if it's split, can then it be considered, I mean, it's still in the R2 area, but then the lot is split and it's not two houses on a lot, it's two separate residences on two separate lots.
Yep, so it's sorry.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, so yeah, it's still zoned R2. This ordinance would only allow
Yes.
in the R1. So
Yeah.
it would still require an amendment if that was something, if we wanted to accommodate and allow accessory dwelling units on, like the zero lot line. You're saying when someone like splits the lot down the middle of a building?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you won't be able by right, according to this ordinance, add
Yes,
an ADU.
I understand.
Okay.
But I just wanted to ask about that. I'd never, it was the first time I had read that or understood that in the R2 that they could split their lots. So it might be worth talking about at a later date. I don't think we talk about it tonight.
Yeah, if I would just add, the public notice didn't include the R2 district, so if that's something that we wanted to add, we would have to renotice or do it at a later date.
I have no comments. The brevity is great. I just noticed somebody had asked, and I'm new, so sorry if this is dumb, churches are zoned R1, and so does that have any implication, was one of the questions I saw, and I didn't know if that had been considered or if that's carved out or.
So it would specifically only allow them on properties where the principal use is a single family home. So a church could not have an accessory dwelling unit as it's written.
Thank you.
Maybe one thing to add is it ties to kind of some of the concerns just in general, like, you know, hey, we're trying to move this forward for our city, but some of the concerns were, if we allow this, does it allow a flood of investors? A lot of cities, like, really dial into, like, the owner occupancy, but Addison and team kind of came up with verbiage that Bloomington uses that says one, not both, can only be rented. So it kind of says the same things, but doesn't have the legal binding that makes it very difficult for the city, right?
Yeah, exactly. So we're kind of talking about, you know, the desire to not have both units rented out. We're just tying that to the rental license rather than saying like, well, the owner of the property has to live on the site, because that could be complicated of, well, what happens when someone passes away or a property is sold? What are you going to do to the people living in the ADU? So yeah, Bloomington does it this way where they just say, well, either unit can be rented, requires a rental license, but you can't rent out both units. And so then we're able to just kind of enforce the ordinance the same way we would enforce, you know, the rental license section of code on any other type of property, if that makes sense.
Anyone have any questions specific to the terms of the ordinance language as drafted? I have a few, but I'm going to just wait. Okay, I just want to, okay, all right. I'm going to bring up a couple things, and I talked to Addison and Quincy about this. In an effort to continue to make this simple, I think there's a couple things in there that we might consider striking because they're more informational. So item G on the second, so this would be special requirements. Requiring a frost protected foundation, that's required by building code already. It seems like it's a more informational nugget that would be, to convey to someone, hey, like if you have if you just have a floating slab type of garage, you likely might not be able to do this. We don't need to tie it legally to this code where the building code covers that. That was something we talked about potentially. And then was it the connected to municipal sewer and water too? By city ordinance, that's required already as well?
It does clarify though that, the connections for water and sewer shall be provided from service lines shared with the principal dwelling unless otherwise approved by the public works director. So that's.
So should we eliminate the first sentence maybe, or is it just helpful?
I think it's helpful, but any new dwelling unit would need to be connected to municipal sewer and water.
Okay, and then the only other thing I had was, and I mentioned this to Quincy and Addison again, and maybe one of your first slides you could go back to, like slide 2 or 3. Oh, next one. Okay, that one. So some of the cities, well, I don't know which ones, but I haven't seen detached accessory dwelling units with terminology binding it behind the rear building line of a single dwelling unit building. So, I mean, even that top graphic, I mean, unless that's a corner lot, like that wouldn't be allowed. And so not all of our lots are, alley-based where you might have a detached garage in the back. It might be on the side of your house. It might be like a reverse lot, kind of like lake lots. There's a lot of creek properties where, because of how they're situated, there's already detached garages next to homes or slightly in front of, and then you just wouldn't be able to do that. In one of our considerations during our meetings were, would we make a provision for non-conforming like structures already? Like there's a structure here, it doesn't quite conform. If you could repurpose it into an ADU, that would get these to happen more than if you had to tear it down and start over. Addison shared like there's a lot of challenge with that because not every situation's the same, and then like what type of nonconformity are you really basing that off of? So I'm just thinking of maybe a way to simplify this, and I guess you guys could just share from staff perspective. I mean, binding it behind a house, even though like if you're like say in Morningside, all the houses are in line. I mean, the lot's so narrow, like unless you wanted to flip the principal and ADU structure and a tear down rebuild, is there even a concern? Or is that just unnecessarily binding? Because I think like what we're showing up there, you couldn't build that.
Are you assuming that like this is the front?
Yeah, say that's the front.
Okay, so if that was the front, correct.
And say like that was a garage, now you can't do that.
It would need to be further back.
No, and I'm just saying like there are houses like this in our city that like, again, if you had this situation, you just couldn't do that by right with how it's drafted. So it's just one binding thing. It's the only thing I thought of really going through this. But I just want to kind of be prepared with the city council.
Yeah, so just kind of explain what I think, I know what you're getting at, just to explain to the rest of you. So like if this was not a corner lot, let's say, and this was just the front, the ordinance would not allow you to put an ADU just to the side of your house. It needs to be fully behind like the back of the house. Again, if this was the front. But if this is the back of the house, and let's say this is like the front street and this is the side corner, this would be allowed on a side corner. Does that make sense? Okay.
And so I'm just with most of how lots are set up, they're kind of set up in a way that would constrict you from doing that anyways. But there are lots that, I mean, we see that are unusual kind of around different natural features where you got curves, where you have a garage to the side. Now, if you wanted to convert that into an ADU, you technically couldn't.
Couldn't do it by right, but couldn't you come and ask for a variance the same?
Correct. And I think the intent with a lot of this is how do we make people be able to do certain things by right that match what the character of their yard or lot is already versus employing a variance? I mean, like, is there a risk with, if you struck that, like, what could we see? I just don't see a risk with that.
Yeah, I think it comes back to what is the intent of that provision?
Yeah.
And the reason it's in there is to maintain the appearance of a single-family house. So if this was the front street, and you look, like, you clearly see two buildings on one lot.
But say like that was their yard, and that blue one was a detached garage already.
Yep.
I mean, it is the same appearance.
From
right?
a structure, but yeah, I mean, if you look at it and it's clearly a dwelling unit, I'm just saying that's what the intent of it is.
Okay.
Not to say that you couldn't remove it. It comes back to like what is your goal and your intent with some of these like design restrictions. Sure. If you're not concerned about that, then you're right. We could take that out of there. So it just depends on what.
Or maybe I'm thinking of it more in terms of like a detached garage specifically, not just the ADU structure. Just in terms of, one of the options of locating it above a detached garage is maybe the primary thing. It just came and I told Quincy I'm going to mention it because if there's a way to allow things that are common in different areas, and by where I live, that type of situation is actually very common, you couldn't do this. So it's like we approve it, now you're going to have to come in for variance anyways. If that's what we want to do, like I'm still going to get behind this ordinance, but I'm just trying to see if we struck that, is there a fear of what could come out from striking that line? I don't know. I don't think there's anything we should worry about since other cities don't do it.
And the other option is you could change the word rear to front building line, so you couldn't have it in front of the house, but it could be along the side, if you're agreeable to that.
Unless we've done a general catalog of all the non-conforming or unique situations, and there's going to be a lot, I'm kind of worried about what that might open up.
Well, just like most lots are standard and you won't be able to do something like that because they're narrow. Like you just couldn't build neighboring
on the
things.
side.
And then you're tied to the setback of your neighbors. So you just couldn't do it in most situations, but in situations that exist already, now you're stuck. And it just came up because this.
And then you come in for variance.
I know, I'm just, but like, is it a problem that like because again, anytime we add a provision, it limits someone, right? And we've done a good job with removing pretty much most things that just stifle an opportunity.
Right. I think this was a compromise. Because, I mean, yeah, the more the better. But I think I viewed this as a compromise that, if we see, I don't think we're going to see a sudden onslaught of a ton of ADUs. I just don't see it happening. But and if we do, it would probably be along and near France Avenue where the streetcar or the ABRT is going. But to me, this was like, it's fine because, I think for 75% of the houses at least, it's kind of the standard. And we don't want to force everybody to go and get a variance because then it becomes, drama. It becomes this big thing, the neighborhood built up against it. We want to allow the basic thing to be by right. That's something that came pretty clear through our meetings. But this seems, like in Morningside, if that were a corner lot, you couldn't even build the main house because our side yard setbacks for corner lots are so deep. So,
Yeah, and it just can't, like, looking at other cities, that provision really isn't in there. So that's just where it came up. I'm just walking around our neighborhood, I'm like, you can do it here, you can do it there, you can do it there, even though there's a detached structure that is that situation. So
we don't all live on a creek.
no, it's, I mean, it's that whole area like of 44th and France as you go farther down where the streetcar used to be, where the lots are more unique. So, yeah.
Yeah, just to add a quick point, just on this specific issue, I think, if I understand correctly, and I totally get what you're saying, Chair Bennett, you know, there's just a couple different constraints that we're trying to balance, I think, right? One is we want to get this passed, right? We want the term I invented some time ago is a minimum universe, right, of what's the maximum that we can go that would be still minimum enough for the city council to say, yes, this sounds good. And I think some of the feedback from our mayor when we first presented this was he wanted to maintain that single family aspect of the neighborhood, right? So that's one constraint. The other constraint I think is, you know, continuing nonconformity, I think, is what we want to avoid as well, right? We want to get things to be in conformity with what the city ordinances are. And so we try to minimize additional development on a non-conforming structure, right? That's another constraint that we're trying to balance. But I do get your point, right? Which is, if it's already there and people already see it and everyone's comfortable with that look and feel, why not convert it into an ADU if it's at the side of your house instead of it being in the back? I get that too. Now, I think the way to address it was with Director Teague's perspective is if we bring this forward to the front line of the home is how you would probably try to address that, right? But I think that opens up now a different kind of worms, which is now the single family experience of the neighborhood might change. And so I think the best option is to go through a variance option. You know, hopefully residents see this, the city deliberation, they get your perspective. And part of this too is that we're gonna learn, right? This is the first time the city is gonna do it. We're gonna see if the volume is low or if it's gonna grow. And I hope, based on overwhelming feedback from residents, how supportive they are of this, that folks will be excited to say, hey, you know what, maybe I don't hit all 10 of these things on this list, but I still want to try and see if I can get a variance on this thing because I really want to do it. And I hope if we see more of that, that's going to then trigger us to say, you know what, let's revisit this code and make some adjustments. So I'm kind of taking let's go with the minimum universe that we could hopefully get past, look for variances, and then make the adjustment over time because it's very popular in the city right now to have this. So that's just my 2 cents on that.
I agree with Quincy.
Yeah. Yeah, no, again, and I just say it because it feels like we're saying something that you don't need to say because most lots are situated where you're adding provisions that now limit people. And that, like, to create a scenario that you instantly need a variance is something I've always wanted to avoid when we've drafted this. So I'm going to fight tooth and nail to the end for that, but I'll still support this just so that everyone knows I'm fighting for everyone to try to do one of these in a responsible way. And by having that, you can't in that way if you live in a particular spot. So it's just something we could avoid by striking, so.
Sure, and maybe the first change to the ordinance after it's passed would be if your lot is wider than it is deep, you know, because that's kind of what you're talking about. Because you are talking about, that's also something very specific. So, you know, where the streetcar line was, you know, those lots are wider than they're just not very deep at all. And there's a lot of duplexes on them too, but further down, they're just very wide lots.
A lot of garages right next to the house.
Right, sure. So that makes sense. You know, do we want to do that at step one, or do we want to get the community used to it and, you know, reassured by, you know, kind of as Commissioner Smith was saying, reassured by the fact that these things aren't scary, they're not going to, you know, destroy your neighborhood or whatever. So, you know.
Again,
I think it's a
I'll
good
get behind it
compromise.
as is. I just wanted to bring it up, see if others understood where it's coming from.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Sure.
You know, just to add to that too, I really do think though, G and I, let's just talk about that really briefly here, but I think the whole discussion on frost protected foundation, if we just let that be managed through regular building code, I think that's a good point. I don't think we need line G in there, is my thinking. But that's a good question.
It was more for an informational, like, discussion, because there's a lot of, like, for detached garages particularly, they're on floating slabs, and likely you're gonna have to go through a foundation resetting or an expensive protection for frost to have a dwelling unit as part of that space.
Well, when we went and looked at other city ordinances, we kind of pulled out things that we thought would be good for discussion, might be good to include, and so I know there was another city that had it
Yeah.
in the zoning section where they talked about ADUs, so we just pulled it out and included it in there. Is it redundant? Possibly. We can talk with our building staff and see if we can take that out, and if it would make no difference, then I think we should.
I think it ties to, like, what you've discussed before, like, next steps. Once we draft this, you would then basically be responsible for kind of the advertising program of what this could look like for people, like brochures, website, whatever. So something like that might be good as, like, hey, this is something like a checklist for you, but it doesn't need to be in this ordinance.
Yeah, and the second one, I thought was also a good point. Because I know when we were talking through this, you know, we wanted the resident to figure out how they wanted to configure the WAP and SAP, right? Sewer access, no, WAC and SAP.
Yeah.
Sewer access connection, water access connection to municipal lines, right? Because you could put a meter on separately to the ADU and for water and sewer, and we wanted them to decide that. So we didn't want to get in the middle of it. I think what I does, yes, there's a language that says if the city deems it necessary, but I don't know if we want to put that in there and just say, just connect it to the municipal water and sewer, and just step back and let residents decide how they want to do that.
Well, and to Asin's point, that part of the sentence is already in our code. Like, you can't just build a new house and put a well on a well.
Yeah, and it was Public Works staff that specifically wanted that language in there about saying it had to be connected through the service lines for the house, unless otherwise approved by the Public Works director.
Was that just because it's easier from a public works perspective, just to connect it to the main house, or?
They want to minimize people cutting into the street and adding those connections. The more you cut into a street and patch it, the more vulnerable it is to wear and tear over time.
But still, it's one of those choices of, like, let's shrink, you know, the sidewalk and landscaping because it's easier to plow versus we want wider sidewalks. I think we have to respect what the Public Works feedback is too, but if it comes at a cost of, like, it's really convenient for someone to do that, now they have to get Public Works director support, it seems.
But I thought it's much more expensive though, right, than doing it?
It would be.
So why would you do that?
Well, let's just say you have a line that runs down your rear property line and it's right there, but your house is tied into one in the street, so now you're gonna have to run it 200 feet to your building, where instead maybe it's a 10-foot connection. Like, there's loads of scenarios, but.
And I think that's why they wanted to include, you know, kind of that flexibility where they have that discretion to kind of say otherwise. For, like, the example that you just gave, like, there were some scenarios that they ran through where they thought, well, it might not make sense to connect through the house.
Then I guess just like, and to what Quincy said, like, then do we need to include that or leave it to the homeowner?
I could see City Works' perspective on this one. If City Works wants to come to the April 2nd meeting and say, this is awesome, I say keep it.
Yeah.
Because that's going to get it over the hump. But hearing Addison's perspective, what this is saying is we are guiding you to use the already connected water and sewer lines that's there. If you want to do something different, talk to us. I think that's okay. I think that's okay.
Well, and being new, the way I read it was very clear then that you can't have a tiny home on wheels that's mobile. Like, first time reading through this, being part of the discussion, I thought that was important to make it clear that an ADU has to be a permanent structure that is tied into the sewer.
Well, and that's part of the building code with the foundation, so like, you can't have that, so, I mean, I feel like we're adding provisions that are already covered elsewhere that are unnecessary.
Some of this, when people are considering doing ADUs for the first time and kind of looking at the code, it gives them an indication of the additional things that they have to do without them having to go through our zoning code. I mean, I have clients who say things like, why can't I build a second story on this?
Well, and that's kind of the point, is we would eventually want to direct residents not to the ordinance, but to a website or a brochure that does that checklist. You don't need it bound to the ordinance.
We can have it on a handout.
Yeah. Yeah, and anyways, that's my only feedback.
Sure.
I'd say I'd strike those two and then strike the last one, but I'd relent on that one.
But the advantage of this, though, is that that's not a variance, right? That's just getting permission from Public Works. So that's not, you're not going to have your neighbors with pitchforks and whatever. It's just getting permission from Public Works.
But what does that look like? I mean,
what does the signature look like? I don't know.
Right? I mean,
It gives them the teeth to require it to be connected through the house, unless they want to grant that, exception.
Which then might just make it harder for someone to do something more affordable. Because again, there's just cost to all this, so it's really like a cost choice.
Well, I feel like, we see things repeated, and then eventually we decide, hey, maybe we should change this. And so maybe when we see repeated requests for things like this, like this, the width of your property being larger than
what we've learned from even developers is they're not going to ask. They're going to just do what's easiest approval-wise because of getting burned before. So like adding other approvals is just going to make people not do it. Like, you're not going to ask. That's just what's kind of happened. So anyways, just limited feedback, but
yeah,
it seems like building code already supports this, and Edina's code supports the first part of that one.
Just a quick question for maybe Director T or maybe Addison. Could you still meter if you're connected to the main home sewer line? Have a separate meter?
Yes, I believe you could.
And I think this works. I think this works.
Yeah, our city council is skittish. I think we shouldn't give them any reason to.
Well, sometimes when you put things on there, it drums up questions you wouldn't otherwise even think about. So like, some of that is like, it makes, I don't know. It's more of a checklist I see to, do you want to do this? These are things to consider, not binding someone to that decision. But again, my goal is to just make it easy and breezy to go through without extra approvals or variances. It sounds like most people get behind eliminating G, though.
I don't have a strong opinion on that.
Yeah, so I think what I'm hearing, if you're okay with this team, is, we can get rid of G, we just keep I. Right?
Yep. Is that an I?
Eye to eye, yep.
Eye to eye.
So is that a motion?
No, we haven't had it.
You still need to hold the public hearing.
I'll say that.
No, we get motion to hold the public hearing, yes, right? So a motion to hold the public hearing and make a recommendation to the city council regarding the proposed accessory dwelling unit ordinance, striking line I from the ordinance.
Yeah. Anyone else? I mean, just like any more exchange for
I'm
us
just
before we
reading
go.
from the thing.
I mean, is everyone good after reading through this? And with, I mean, just any other questions for Addison or Carrie? All right, time for public hearing number 2. Oh man, we got, is that only 11?
Nobody seconded my motion. Nobody seconded the
I
motion.
know, no one's going to. All right, well, I'm gonna,
Well, at least it's not midnight.
yeah, we'll open, I'm gonna read to kind of speed that next part up. I'm gonna have you wait. For those tuning in remotely and would like to testify, please call 312-535-8110 and enter access code 2632-379-5802. Password is 5454. Press *1 on your telephone keypad when you'd like to get in the queue to speak. I would say do that now, and we will open it to residents who are here in person first to participate. Please come up. 3 minutes.
Okay.
Tell us your name and address for the 8th
Read it
time.
again, I guess. Okay, Janie Weston, 6136 Brookview Avenue. I have on the permit said garage, pulled October of 2006. The building got moved into in 2008. It is my studio, stone carving workshop studio. It's a 1.5 story, set further back on the property. It looks almost exactly like some of the drawings you brought up. I was thinking, did you pull my shop out of your file or what? I mean, dimensions and everything. But the upstairs is, it's a lovely space. People that would come to work on the shop, they'd say, oh, I want to live here. Well, maybe someday someone can. But right now it's just drawing boards, big layout table, storing lots of materials. It would be really easy, relatively, to turn this into an ADU sometime down the road if I ever want to do that. Some things that you were just discussing, though, about frost footings. The building it's not, it's on a slab, but it's tucked into the hill. So I don't know where that would put anything that you're discussing here. Over the years, the doors open and close just fine. There's no sign of it doing frost settling, but it's a good slab, and it's on, the hill was sandy glacial till, so it drains really well. There's no sign that I have heaving going on. So I don't know where that would put me, because some of it's on foundation wall. So I'm kind of half and half here. Sewer and water wouldn't make sense to tie into my house. Right now, the gas line, as well as the electric, it's buried. The electric goes from the shop on its own meter to the house, which has its own meter. The gas goes from the house to the shop, because that was the most logical way to do that. It doesn't make sense to tie it into the sewer line. Now, if somebody has an older house and they have a sewer line that's been giving them issues for years, such as my neighbor next door with the oldest house in the city, they wouldn't want to be tying into their sewer line. So there are factors like that to take into consideration, that it would be a real obvious don't tie into the existing sewer line. My water line is getting older. So anyways, these are just factors. This is really interesting to hear discussion of. And I imagine myself, okay, I'm getting older. I would love to have an interested apprentice sometime down the road live upstairs in the shop. I teach them how to pass on this wonderful art form. They can learn from me on the spot and live upstairs and kind of keep an eye on me too. Or maybe one of my grandkids, once they're graduating from college. Hey, you want to live over at grandma's house up above the shop? I fix it up for you. And I also have a niece that's autistic. And trying to get a housing arrangement for her has been so difficult over the years. People that are on the autism spectrum, this is a real issue. And an ADU to give someone that's a young adult but still needs to have some proximity, this is an ideal solution for a family in that sort of a situation. So anyway, I want to see this go forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else ready to jump up? And yeah, there we go. All right, please come forward. Thank you.
Well, you know, your question about in front of house, side of house, is it a corner lot? You know, that actually brought up a neighbor's house that just went up for sale on Wooddale, 5832, where the garage is actually in front of the house and the house itself is recessed behind it. It's the only one I've seen like it, but it's a detached house or a detached garage. It could be turned into a perfect little home-like shape. Anyway, one of the concerns I have about that frost line piece or the frost footing piece is if there's been a comprehensive study to actually look at the structural capacity of floating slabs, and are we actually promoting the demolition of perfectly good structures in order to do that? I realize you could go through a variance process and all this other stuff, but it might be worth looking at down the road in terms of preserving a lot of existing structures instead of having to disassemble or deconstruct or just lose a lot of existing construction. The last piece has to do with part of the developer concerns. You talk about the exception in the for converting a lower level or converting a level of the house to, if it can be larger than 1,000 square feet if it's an existing home. What if a developer is looking at a prospective construction and they're thinking, ooh, well, I'll just make this foundation size 2,000 square feet, and now I have a 2,000 square foot ADU at the bottom of this thing. We'll go ahead and sell it to a homeowner under the auspice of they just come in, you know, next year and say, well, where you want to turn that into an ADU. I mean, just a thought. I'm not sure what kind of ludicrous kind of stuff developers might show up with, and they wouldn't actually have to go through any kind of review process whatsoever. I realize there's other caveats in the development code in terms of impervious surfaces and all that other stuff, but it just might be worth considering. That's all.
Thank you very much. Addison, you got anything? Are you going to testify? No. Maybe we'll just wait till we give people a chance who are tuning in. Is there anyone in the queue currently? All right, well, we've given it like 8 minutes. So I'd welcome a motion to close the public hearing.
Move to close the public hearing.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Public hearing is closed. Thank you. Addison, you want to come forward? I guess one of the questions just regarding keeping it in, so sometimes the term frost depth footing is used and that binds it. Frost protected footing brings up other opportunities. I'm a geotechnical engineer by trade, so like I know how to work with the soil, and there are creative things to do to protect your foundation, how it exists from frost, but you would need to engage an engineer, and that would have to get basically signed off by local inspection too that might disagree with them. So some of it's the local authority having jurisdiction, which is EDINA, but a lot of it's the judgment professionally from an engineer. But depending on the city, there are things that you can do to get around it, like putting insulation out farther so it can't sweep under, but then you have to temper the garage heat-wise or protect the slab from inside freezing too. So there's things that can be done. So leaving it to building code and striking it from here, I think opens up more opportunities for people to get creative.
And I think if there's an existing footing and if there's an engineer willing to kind of go through the numbers and sign off on it, then the city feels confident that they're not going to come back to the city.
And most of the time, it's not the slab rather than the framing that's in place already. Like if you just have 2x4s versus 2x6, a lot of things at play, but engineer inspections. You got anything to add to that?
I was just gonna say, I mean, yeah, we're getting a little outside of my wheelhouse. I would, defer to what our building staff says, but like you said, I think it is probably redundant to have it in the zoning code, so we could take that out, and we can check with our building staff and see what they would say about that.
All right. Any other exchange or people willing to change some of that stuff like I wanted or not? Yeah, Commissioner Padilla.
I just have a comment to make. So I have missed a
Make
couple
it
meetings.
easy.
I've been in California for most of the last 2 months, where ADUs are all anybody is talking about. It was so interesting to go out there and then find out that that was just walking around conversation for everyone, because all the cities out there are changing their ordinances. But the one thing that's different, as I was talking to people who I was astounded were conversant in all of this, I hadn't seen any, and I was in Southern California, so it's all the cities in Southern California, but I hadn't seen anyone, as I talked to people and as I looked into them and looked them up, that were put together as well as I think this has been. So they haven't been put together with diligence or hard work. There's nothing about minimums or maximums or, so I just, I think it was interesting to see how popular they are for a variety of reasons. Obviously, there's homelessness is a huge issue in Southern California. And that's one of the precipitating factors, but also I think it reflects really well on all the work that Addison, that you have done and that you guys have all done, because I think this is very comprehensive and it made me feel very proud.
Great. Yeah.
One last thing I just want to say, 99.999% of the credit goes to Commissioner Smith. Did an outstanding job.
And right there.
Thank you.
Is that a motion I hear? Just a nudge?
I just read this? Or do the...
I guess you can make a second. I think you already made that motion.
Yeah.
Okay. Motion to approve the accessory dwelling units ordinance with the conditions of striking item number I and moving it forward to G. I'm sorry, striking G. I'm moving it to the next stage of City Council review.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ooh, motion carries. Good job, everybody. Best wishes, Addison, to you and your presentation and garnering the support we need to get this through for our city. Thank you tremendously to everyone who's participated in this process. It takes a village. All right. Yeah. We got some comments. Commissioner Smith.
Yeah, just to give a few comments again, I just want to thank everybody, all the commissioners, for really having solid debate, deliberation. It was just really wonderful to get everybody's perspective. Of course, the city and the staff, Addison and team, and residents. Residents really gave feedback. It's something that they're very passionate about. We had focus groups. Everyone was very passionate. They see a need. And so I think, hopefully we'll see folks taking advantage, and we want folks to take advantage of these of this, the next stage, of course, we have to get it through one more hurdle, which is getting the city council to approve and move this forward. But we truly wanted to do this for the city because there's such a strong demand for it. And I just want to thank the team for all their hard work and supporting it. So thank you.
Yeah. Awesome work. We're just accessories to it all. So yeah, adjourn almost. Chair and member comments. That was one of them. Any others?
Yes.
I know you had something to share.
Yeah, so we are, which one am I going to do first? So the areas, thank you. Areas of potential change. We are meeting this week, not next week. I was mistaken. It's been a very busy week for me. We're meeting this Friday to kick that off. So, and we don't think it'll be very long. I mean, it'll, we're thinking maybe 4 meetings or whatever, just because we're just identifying things, right? We're not evaluating things. We're not changing anything. We're just saying, hey, these areas are changing, or these areas in demand by developers. The city needs to look at this, and how the city does it would be another study or something. So that kicks off on Friday. And then the other project is Lincoln and Londonderry Drive small area plan. And so that's been making a lot of progress. So we are, again, thanks to city staff, we got a bunch of proposals from consultants. We narrowed that down. The 3 of us narrowed it down to Commissioner Day and Commissioner Felt. And I narrowed it down to 3. And we interviewed those 3 today, actually right before this meeting. So really good presentations, really interesting. So we will come back. And then in addition to that, we also got Friday was the last day for residents to apply to be on the working group for that. So we got the list from the city, and we have a bunch of questions and things we want to go through, and we want a nice, diverse number of people, or not number of people, but residents who will be on it. We're looking for 6 residents. We got 39 applications for 6 residents, so it's like getting into Ivy League school or something. And so we're very excited about that. And a lot of really great people applied. It was very interesting looking at what their background is. So we're going to be working on that over the next 2 weeks. So those 2 things, picking the final consultant as well as picking the residents, the 6 residents that we want on this, we will have for the next Planning Commission meeting in 2 weeks.
Awesome work. Question on that process. I'm thinking through some previous small area plans. Sometimes it's come back to like the whole commission to help with the recommendation of who to select. Have we not done that recently? I just know that happened for 44th and France. And I think one of them, maybe the working group was in place and helped select too.
Select the consultant?
Or help.
Or the working group?
The working group. Didn't they help select the consultant on one of those? Or at least provide a recommendation?
I didn't think we were doing it any differently on this one, but.
Okay, no, I was just curious, just because if there's a time where any of us are expected to, provide feedback, like you're waiting for that, it'd be worth knowing right now, so we could share, just from a selection process.
Meaning you want copies of the presentations, or what?
I didn't know if that was part of your process, because it used to be it for like 44th and France, so that's just why I'm asking. If it's not, then I don't think we need to change it at this point. I just didn't know if it was or not, so.
What was? I'm a little confused.
So like when we selected you,
yeah,
it was a decision of the whole planning commission, and when we selected the consultant, the whole planning commission selected it, or provided a recommendation.
Okay.
That was the full comprehensive plan.
Oh, was
so
it?
Might have been a little different in that regard, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So it's the same, so this is the same regardless.
Because I was involved I was on part of the subcommittee that picked the consultants for the greater 70th and Cahill, Greater Cahill District. And we had a meeting and it was just the members of the committee that met and chose it. And what we're doing this time also is we bring that back to the full commission for your approval.
Okay.
So we're going to tell you about the people we chose and tell you about the consultants we chose. And it's up to the full full commission to approve it.
Yeah, it's late and I want others to be prepared if we're expected to help make a decision in the next 2 weeks. But if we're not, that's easier for everyone, so.
I'll send you 400 pages of
No,
documentation.
I'd rather defer to you guys. You guys are the ones leading it, so you guys make the decision. Any other chair and member comments? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I was really disappointed today. I went to 50th and France to pick up a loaf of bread, and I'm in the parking lot in front of Lund's, and there's a vehicle in front of me, and there's a handicapped guy in a wheelchair trying to cross into the entrance into Lund's, where it's, striped and everything or whatever. And the driver, the guy's going, and the driver just keeps going. And the guy's like, this huge, it was a Jeep, it was a big, large vehicle. And the guy in the wheelchair is just like, what are you doing? And the guy, he just keeps inching along and then just drove right around the guy. And, he was just like, he had a good attitude about it, but I feel sorry for the guy. It was just crazy that our society has gotten to the point where we don't even care about people in wheelchairs. So, and then after that, like seconds later, somebody, and this happens all the time now, but somebody came and went the wrong way. So I'm going past the entrance to Lund's, and this person is going next to me to my left. And so I made a left into the drive alley or whatever. So then I come around the other side to park to get my bread. And then she comes in the wrong way on that lane. And I've seen a lot of that lately. And it's just like, I don't know. Do people not follow rules anymore? Maybe I'm a rule follower. I don't know. It just is disappointing. Because it's unsafe, there's reasons why we have regulations like that. So anyway, I just disappointed.
Well, maybe on the opposite of disappointment, thank you for joining the team and the inaugural, which is always a long meeting. It always seems to be a long meeting.
This is a tough hazing situation.
Yeah. Any feedback you have so far?
No, this was great. Thank you. Appreciate tolerating some of my beginner comments here, so I appreciate it. I think, yes, COVID broke a lot of people and their courtesies to other humans, and it would be very depressing to spend the rest of the night talking about that, but we could.
There's not much left of the night.
Yeah, tick-tock. Any other comments? All right, Carrie?
Nothing for me tonight.
All right, with tradition.
Oh, God, what do I have to do?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn, please, sir.
Second.
Yeah.
All those in favor, say
Aye.
Aye. So moved. The meeting has been adjourned. There's the
Fun with that one.
Yeah, I know.